I'm being held as a maximum security inmate. I'm sleeping with the officer when I escaped from jail. Ran to the house. I said, look, I gave her the number. He said, as soon as you say hello, they gonna run in there. By that time, it light up, it's blocked. I asked him. He said, the warden told me to give you whatever you ask. But you know what we want. I said, what do you want? Well, I was born in Springfield, Tennessee, 1987. I'm 37. I'll be 38 December. Springfield, small town. You already know, most of them small towns ain't nothing to do but get in trouble. Growing up, we did have a skating ring. They got rid of the skating ring. We had a bowling alley. They tore that down, built another gas station. We didn't have nothing. So it wasn't nothing to do but get in trouble in Springfield. My mom dated one of the biggest dope boys in the city. And that right there, I feel like was the beginning of our problems on top of my daddy already gone to prison, 2 life sentences, 2 murder charges, 2 robberies. Yeah, him and my mom's brother, they ended up robbing a store and a lady got killed. We still don't know to this day which one of them, because one say and the other say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and both of them end up with life sentences. And while they were fighting that life sentence, while they were fighting that case, another case came up that was a cold case that they ended up getting hit with pretty much the same situation.
It's just all bad.
Went into a store, a struggle, somebody died. They both got 2 life sentences. Like I said, my mama dating the biggest dope boy in the city.
Sorry, real quick. Do you see your dad? Do you ever talk to him?
Yeah, I talk to him all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, he got a YouTube channel. Yeah, I help him. I help him do his thing. Yeah. I talk to him all the time, and we'll get to it later on. But,
okay.
We were sellers. That's my guy. That's my guy.
Wow.
I talk to him all the time. But yeah, growing up as a kid, yeah, we went to see him all the time. He's affiliated, which was why I went down that path too. But going back to my mama dating the dope boy, man, that was kind of what intrigued me when it came to the streets.
Right.
Because everything that we had go-karts, we had the Jordans, we had, you name it, we had it. Christmas, we had all kind of gifts, and we always sit and wonder, like, how we don't have normal lives, even though it looked like we in the struggle. Like, we close to the projects. All my homeboys is in the projects, but it seemed like we got decent lives.
Right.
And I remember coming home one day, getting off the bus, and I wanted to get some snacks, and I went in the pantry. When I went in the pantry, I seen a bunch of bags of what looked like cookies. I didn't know what it was. I had absolutely no idea what it was. 2-3 weeks after that, I get off the bus and come home, and the door had been kicked off the hinges.
The front door?
The side door.
Okay.
We had the front door, and then you come around to the side. The side door was kicked off the hinges. And soon I peeked in, and I could see that the entire kitchen had been, like somebody just ramshacked it. The pantry door was open, so when I stepped in, there's glass on the floor. They done took all the glasses, broke them. They put metal, I guess, in the microwave, blew the microwave up. By the time I walked into the living room, it looked like they had cut the couches up like they were searching for dope. The whole entire living room was trash. All my mama home interior, everything was thrown on the floor. By the time the bathroom, when you go in, you see the bathroom, because my room to the left, me and my brother room to the left, my mom's room to the right. But so the bathroom this way, I could see it, they ramshacked the bathroom. By the time I turned and went in my room and it was ramshacked, it spooked me. So I turned around and run out, and then I could see my mama's bedroom, it was ramshacked too. The whole house was trashed.
So this isn't a police raid. This is some guys looking for dope.
For sure. It had to be what I was assuming at the time. I didn't know what was going on. So I run out of the house, and I didn't even tell my mom. I just went up the street and started playing basketball. I let them come home and discover it. I act like I didn't even know, because it scared me. And then I came home about 2 weeks after that. The guy who broke in the house was back in the house in me and my brother's bedroom having sex with a woman. So I saw him. I didn't know he was the person who broke. I didn't know it was him, but I saw him, and I left back out of the house. And I told my mama's boyfriend that I saw him. They found out it was him. I don't know what happened after that, but that was kind of the beginning of, I guess, realizing what kind of environment we were in. They always had big, huge dice games. Everybody got thousands and thousands of dollars. And then I ended up getting molested by a family member in that same house. My cousin, she used to babysit us. Me and my brother was in the living room. One day we playing the game, and my brother said that he was hungry, said he wanted something to eat. And the babysitter, she was like, you old enough to do that yourself. Like, you can go in the kitchen and fix your own food. And he got up and he went in the kitchen. And then that time she told me, she was like, while your brother in there getting that food, you go in there and finish cleaning up the bedroom. But we had already cleaned the bedroom. So, but I'm not thinking this is what's going on. So I go in the bedroom, and when I go in the bedroom, she come in behind me and she closed the door. When she closed the door, I turned and looked at her, and she was just pointing, telling me to grab little stuff. And then at that point, she laid down by the door. And I know y'all so I ain't gonna go too far because I know that. But then that happened. And I never said anything.
How old was she?
At the time, she had been 18, 19, 20.
And how old were you?
I'm probably 9, 10, somewhere in there. 9, 10, yep, 9, 10. And didn't say nothing about that. Didn't know if it was okay to say anything. I'm thinking maybe I'll get in trouble for saying it. But then if I'm going to shoot it straight, I don't think my mama would have believed me at the time anyway. I don't think none of them would have. I think they would have just brushed it under the rug. No, so that never came up until years later. And then after the molestation, my mom, I call it the big fight. My mom and the guy she was dating got into a huge, it was the worst fight I probably ever seen in my life. My mom would throw hands though. They used to fight like cats and dogs all the time. Like, I seen my mom get the best of them several times. I see her all get the best of them several times. But this time, holes in the walls, black eyes, blood, screaming, family got called. It's everybody everywhere. It went all the way up the street onto another street. Like, it went for blocks, just fighting. And at that point, my mama left. So
how old were you then?
I went to juvie when I was like 14. So I had to probably only been like 12 then.
Okay.
Like 10, 11, 12. So when we moved from there, she leave the drug dealer at the time. We move into the trailer parks, which basically is the project. What a trailer park is, the project's right behind it. So you might well just say it was the projects. I remember when we went to the trailer, as she was cleaning up the trailer, I remember asking her, like, who moving in here?
Right.
And she was like, we moving in here. I was like, I ain't moving in here. Like, I'm gonna stay with him.
You used to that drug dealer money.
Yeah. I don't want to stay over here. I ain't staying in here. And so by the time we did move in there, my brother ended up getting into the streets. He knew what my mom's boyfriend was doing. My brother 3 years older than me. I'm 37, he 40. And then my sister 5 years younger than me. So my brother had started selling dope with a guy, actually the guy that ended up getting his life took on my case. They were best friends. Like, they were super duper tight. And they ended up getting pulled over in Russellville or Louisville, Kentucky. And some drugs got dropped in the car, and he wouldn't take his charge. And him and my brother ended up getting locked up. And when my brother got locked up, he wasn't giving me money. My mama left the drug dealer. My mama working the job. She can barely pay for my uniforms if I wanted to play football, if I wanted to play basketball. So at that time, I started getting in trouble. Breaking in houses, stealing bikes. That was just the small, petty crime stuff. And then after that, we ended up moving out of the trailer parks and what we call back home the Hill, which is some more projects. We moved in some more projects. But this is where I ended up getting locked up the first time. I had a cousin that, I don't want to say his name. I had a cousin. Well, we call him Crime Boss. I can say that. We called him Crime Boss because that's all he did was get in trouble. So
Crime Boss?
Crime Boss.
Okay.
That's what we called him at the time, Crime Boss. Crime Boss came to the house, and he had told me it's around Christmas. And he was actually in foster care at the time. DC is custody, but he ain't in a group home. He living with somebody. And these people were white, and they were wealthy. They had money. And he told me that he had some money over there which it wasn't his money. It was the money where he knew they be putting for Christmas, when they be putting money up for Christmas. So we get another guy. He done told us this plan, what we going to do. We're going to go to the house. We're going to get the money, and we're going to split it and all this and that. So we end up going to the house. We try to go through the door. We couldn't go through the door. The door was locked. He ends up breaking out the window. We climb in the window. I climb in behind him because in my mind, I'm already thinking, even though I ain't all the way in the streets, I already got some street sense. I'm thinking if he go in there and he get the money, he put it in his pocket, he can say he never got it.
Right.
So I jump in through the window with him. The third guy, he stays to watch. We go up the steps. He grabbed the money, and he did exactly what I was thinking. He put it in his pocket. He turned back around, but I saw it. So by the time we go downstairs, I'm like, man, I seen the money. What we doing? So he gave me some of the money, put it back in his pocket, and I'm thinking, he ain't gonna give him none. Right. So when we get out, I ended up giving the other guy some of the money. 2 days went by. The police was at the door. I got up, went to the door. My mama's in the bedroom. I go to the door, answer the door, and see it's the police. And he was like, is your mom here, Joe? I'm like, no, she ain't here. She ain't here right now. He was like, well, you know why I'm here. I was like, no, I don't.
And my cousin robbed that fucking place.
Listen, that's what I should have did. But soon as he said, you know why I'm here, I got nervous because he said it loud enough, like he knew my mama car was right there.
Right.
He said it loud enough, like this is a kid who's lying, knowing that his parent is in the house.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah. And he pulled out a picture of my cousin laid back in the interrogation room with his feet up on the counter. He got the
he's taken to it.
He got a Wendy's meal. He was just in there chilling. He was like, he already told us everything. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And by that time, my mama comes out of the back room. Who is that? He said, I thought she wasn't. I thought your mom wasn't here. And she came around the corner and seen who it was. And I tried to slam the door on him, and it didn't work. And I'm trying to tell her not to talk to him. But make a long story short on that, she ended up taking me to the police department. Mm-hmm. She ended up taking me down to the police department, and as soon as we got out of the car, I took out running. I told him I ain't going in the police department. Ain't no sense in me going in there and talking to him. What I did, I tried to get the story together to blame it on the person who basically done went down there and told everything on us.
Right.
So I go get the third guy, because he told on both of us. I go get the third guy, and I tell him, look, this is what we gonna do.
You're 14.
Yeah, I'm 14. Let me see, 13, 14. I'm 13, 14 at the time. I tell him, look, I know where the lady work at that Crime Boss was living with. We're going to go to the bank. She work at the bank. We're going to go there. We're going to ask for her. We're going to go in there and tell her. He lied to us. We don't know what was going on. We went. He came out. He had some money. He gave us the money, split it, and boom. And he was like, cool, let's do it. So we go to the bank, and we did just that. She believed it. She cried. She went on, and she was like, y'all need to tell my husband. So she told us where her husband worked at, which was up the street. We walked up the street to her husband's job, went in there and told him the same story. He looked both of us dead in our eyes and told her, I can't believe that he did that to us as much as we done for him, as much, I think they didn't have him in a private school, but he was in a great situation.
Yeah.
He was in a great situation. He could have did anything. He actually just got back out of jail. He ain't never got straight, period. But and he threatened. He was like, if I ever seen him, he was like, I think I'll do something to him because it hurt him that bad. And he was like, man, y'all just gonna have to tell the judge what y'all told me. We ended up going to court. My mama standing behind me, the third guy on the right, Crime Boss on the left. We looking up at the judge, and the judge asked me first, what happened? So I started telling the story me and him put together. Like, look, we didn't know what was going on. All we know is he came and got us, said we were going to get some clothes. This is where he said he was getting out of foster care. And by that time, Crime Boss cut me off. Crime Boss said, he lying, Your Honor. Judge, that was a lie. He lied. And the judge said, well, what happened? He called him his real name. He done been in and out of trouble several times already. And he spilled the beans on everything. This is what happened. He gave A, B, and C, X, Y, and Z. We went in. Joe came in with me. I gave Joe some of the money right there. Joe decided to give him some money. I wasn't going to give him no money. And he just went completely in. And at this point, this is my first time getting in trouble. I really hadn't even had no run-ins with the law. So I don't know what's finna happen. He already in shackles and everything. Like he cool, I guess, with going back to to DCS because it ain't bothering him none. And the judge said, all right, that's enough. He didn't even ask me to finish what I was saying. He didn't ask the third person or nothing. He said, I'll tell you what, crime boss. He said, I'm ordering you back into DCS custody.
I wish he'd called him crime boss.
I said, he said, and for as far as you, he pointed at the third person. He said, I'm giving you 5 days in detention. He said, you going to detention. And he said, Dixon County detention. Everybody know about Dixon County detention, even if you've never been in trouble. Dixon County, Rutherford County, these were popular names of people who've been in trouble. So when he said that, I'm like, dang, but it's only 5 days. He can do that. So I'm thinking, I'm off to get 5 days too. Right. And the judge looked at me and he said, as far as you, going through the paper, they looked up at me.
You went in the house.
I went in the house.
Yeah.
I went in the house. He pushed his glasses up. He said, it's first time getting in trouble. I'm like, dang, he's going to give me maybe 10. He said, I'm sentencing you to DCS custody as well. And when he said that, I turned around and looked at my mama. My mama looked at me. We looked at each other. She said, ain't no sense you looking at me. Yeah. You shouldn't have went in them people's house. And the bailiff came and got us, took us to the back. And I was boo-hooing, crying. And I'm asking crime boss, why did you do that? He was like, what did I do? He said, y'all tried to tell on me. I said, none of this never happens if you don't tell them in the first place. Right. I was just trying to. And he was like, man, you're going to be all right. We're going to be good. He was like, man, it ain't even nothing like what you think.
Well, how much did you get?
They don't tell you exactly, like, when you get placed in DCS custody, like the first time, I can't remember exactly how it go. Like you gonna do maybe 3 to 6 months the first time. If you come back, you'll do like 9 to 12. And if you come back after that, it'll go from like 12 to 18. And then after that, they'll try to do what they call an indeterminate sentence and keep you to your 18. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna do 3 to 6 months. I ain't knowing this yet, but he promised, man, we're gonna be all right. We're gonna end up at the same placement together. I don't know what placement mean or none of this. We get to the DCS office. Our family can come and see us before they take us to what they call a temporary placement until you get to your permanent placement.
Right.
We getting ready to leave. We got 30 minutes. We leave. We getting in the van. We got on handcuffs and shackles. As we get in the van, I get in first. Crime boss strikes out running in his handcuffs and shackles and gets away. Man, listen, it hurt me even more because at least I'm finna take this ride with somebody I know. We finna go to the same place. We're gonna be here by the time I can get there, I can get acclimated, I can adjust, as long as I can see a familiar face.
Yeah, you're not old. Yeah, I know. It's good. It's good to know somebody.
It's good to know
even if it's somebody from the county jail.
Right. And he strikes out running.
Gets away?
And got away in the shackles. I watched him. Little steps. Look like Chris Johnson for the Titans. But he got away. And so they transport me. I go to Dixon County. When I get to Dixon County, they transport the third guy in a separate van. He there. He next door to me. We can't talk. They bring TV, like you can watch TV because we watch Happy Gilmore. I still get triggered to this day. I can't watch it. I can't. And Adam Sandler is my guy. I mess with Adam. He's one of the greats. But they used to put the TV right there and Happy Gilmore would be on and I could smell what it smelled like even as I'm talking about it. But we couldn't talk to each other. And when he come out to go in the shower, like we would always speak, but we would beat on the wall. We would make beats on the wall. That's the way we communicated. And that day 4 hit. He finna get ready to go. I'm sitting over there and I'm thinking like, they ain't gonna let him go. Like, but they gonna let him go. And I seen his people. I seen his auntie and them come to the door because where my cell was positioned, I can see. And I seen them come to the door and I just sit there and was like, man, he finna go home. And they opened up the door. They came in. He didn't even turn around and look at me. He put his clothes on, didn't say bye, nothing, and walked straight out. And that was that moment right there, man, just thinking about it now, it was a defining moment in my life, like feeling like I got to figure this out myself. Like regardless of what goes on from here, I can call home, but it's just me. Crime boss done took out running. He gone home. Like this is what's going on.
It's that TikTok. Nobody's coming for you.
It's over. It's over. It kind of sit in. It sit in. I try to when you watch movies and stuff, you thinking I'm gonna do some push-ups and do some sit-ups, but in the movies they time lapse it.
Yeah.
They time lapse it, so it looked fast.
Yeah.
It looked like the time lapse make it look like a year went by.
Yeah, 90% of it's just depression.
It's different.
Oh, you're burning up your time working out and doing this. And it's laying in bed.
Yeah.
Staring at the wall.
Yeah, after I done tried to do 75 to 100 push-ups and realized I'm sitting in that bed and only 30 minutes went by. We got a long ride, and I don't even know how much time I got at this point. So by the time they moved me from there, I went to a place called YES, which is in Lebanon, which was better. It had like 12 other people in it. We had a basketball team. We went to public school. Like, it was cool, but I was only there for like 21 days. It was still a temporary placement. And they came and got me from there, and they took me to a place they still have now called NTC, Nashville Transition Center.
Did they catch Crime Boss at any point?
Not at this point.
They're still looking for him?
Not at this point.
Okay.
I probably was 3-4 months in before they
showed up.
Before they called Crime Boss.
Does he show up?
No, he go to a different place.
Oh,
Now he go to, and the only reason I found out about that is because when I go to NTC, after you there, I think it's 30 days or 45 days, you can get weekend home passes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was home on a weekend home pass, and somebody told me that they ended up catching him. I don't know where.
I keep forgetting you're like 14 years old.
Yeah, I'm 14. I'm 14 right here.
saying?
I'm 14. I'm getting ready to have a child at this point. So,
What?
Yeah, at 14. I get out.
What is going on?
I get out of NTC. I get out July the 5th. I can't remember exactly. I mean, July the 3rd. I was supposed to get out July 5th. But when we sit down and they discussing the hearing, I told them, I was like, is it any way I can get out before the 4th? And they was like, yeah, I'm sure we can make it happen. You ain't had no problems. And they let me go on July the 3rd. Let me see. I had to been 14 at the time. This is the first time I got locked up. I did 5 months and 5 days. I remember. I stayed out not even a year, and I ended up getting locked up again for stealing cars.
Can we go back for a second?
Go ahead.
You had a kid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This was after I got out of NTC. So this happens.
So you get out, you get some chick pregnant, and she had. I mean, these are adult problems.
But
you know what I'm saying? Jail, babies.
I'm robbing and everything at this point. I probably had already shot my first person at this point. Yeah, I probably had already shot somebody at this point. I hadn't robbed nobody yet. I don't think I was selling drugs, but I'm almost positive I shot one of my classmates before
This fucking horrible.
This situation. Yeah, it was.
Why?
It was. Being honest with you, man, he called us some man. But we was all out. The gunshot happened. I ended up shooting him because, and I didn't think I was gonna hit him. Let me clear. Let me say that. But I did.
What's what's his name? Joe Pesci. He's like, what do you want me to tell you? I'm a good shot.
But now we was all out chilling on this block where all us hang out called Amwood, and him and one of his friends came by, and we was all just messing around, jumping on the car, and they started talking. They started talking crazy, and then next thing you know, my classmate, I don't want to say his name, but he ended up saying, "Man, y'all get off my car, man." And by the time he said that, didn't nobody know I had a gun. Right. All my friends, we just kicking the ball. We having fun. So by the time he said that, I pulled a gun out and cocked it. Everybody kind of looked like, where you get a gun from? At this point, the car, he skirts off, and we call it the back of the projects. And the reason we call it the back of the projects is because it's one way in, one way out.
Right.
And so he drives in the back of the projects, which means to get past us, you have to come back out. But when he drive back there, I think his sister lived back there at the time. So when he jumped out of the car, he trying to run in his sister's house, and I started shooting. And I'm probably where I'm at. I'm probably where my fiance is by that, and ended up hitting him. And he ended up. I don't even know I hit him. He kind of started going down at that point. I turned around and ran home, and then everybody called and was like, and I never got charged. Nothing never happened. But
he survived. I'm
assuming. Yeah. I actually talked to him about 3-4 months ago. Yeah, I did. I actually talked to him 3-4 months ago. And the crazy thing is because his sister, started dating. But I'm gonna go back to the car stuff. His sister ended up reading my book and asked me, "Is this my brother you talking about that got shot?"
Right.
And she was like, people always said it was you, but I didn't never. And I told her, I was like, yeah, that was me. And but yeah, we cool now. They know I got my life on track, and he have too. So, but
it all worked out.
It all worked out. but when I got out of NTC, man, I got into stealing cars because I couldn't play basketball.
Right. Of course.
I couldn't play basketball.
I can see the coach now. Listen, you're not going to make the team. Have you considered stealing cars?
I couldn't play basketball, man. I feel when it came to school, that's the only thing that made me interested.
Right.
If I knew we had a game coming up, I was all in. By the time basketball season was over, my whole track record, when basketball season was over, I went to jail. Right. When basketball season was over, I went to juvie. When basketball season was over, something was wrong every single time. And when I came back, the coach told me I had to wait a year before I could even play ball.
Why?
Because it was the freshman year had started, and they had already did the tryouts. They had already had the team.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So when I went to him and told him, I was like, "Hey, I just got out," and he was like, "Yeah, I heard about you." He was like, "But we already done." He was like, "You gotta wait here." I'm like, basketball, my life, like it's really, that's what I love to do. And I ended up getting in trouble because a guy was talking to my kid's mom at the time in the school and we ended up getting into it, and I ran in a classroom where he was, and we got into it real bad, and I ended up getting sent to they call it alternative school.
What is it? What does that mean? You got into it real bad. We had the harsh words.
Yeah, well, I got into it with his. Let me take that back. We got into it in the cafeteria.
Okay,
I'm in the cafeteria, and Eric, it's circulating that he goes with her. They got something going on, and everybody know I was at the time overprotective of her. And now that I'm coming home, everybody wondering, is she going back to him? Is he gonna do something? This is just a bunch of talk going on. So I go in the chow hall. I go in. Look, see. So I go in the cafeteria. When I go in the cafeteria, he goes and sits with her.
Right.
All my homeboys kind of looking like. So I initiated. And I'm like, bro, like you ain't. And we started getting into it right then and there. And we had a principal at the time. I think his name was. Can't remember his name, but whatever his name was, he ended up grabbing me. He grabbed me and told me that I couldn't do that right there. He was like, man, you got to chill. He was like, you just came home. You want to play basketball. He running all this stuff down. He take me out. He calmed me down. And he was like, you good? I was like, yeah, I'm good. He was like, well, just stay right here till the bell ring, then go on back to your class. As I'm sitting right here waiting for the bell to ring, one of my cousins come out of his classroom, and the guy's brother is walking down the hallway. So I told my cousin, like, come on, cuz, we finna get him. I can't go back in the cafeteria. I can't go back in the cafeteria, so we're gonna get him. So we started walking behind him. When he turned around, I'm guessing I don't know if he knew or what. I don't know if he felt it, but he ended up taking out running in the hallway. As he take out running, we chase him in the hallway. We bust a big U-turn. Then we got these portables outside. He run outside to the portables, I guess is where his class was at, and he runs in the classroom, and I run in right behind him. And when I run in behind him, when I bust through the door, he's already up by the teacher, like telling the teacher, like, they chasing me. And the teacher, like, what is going on? And I walk in, I'm cussing, I'm going off. And she was like, wait a minute. She get on her, she got a walkie-talkie. She get on the walkie-talkie, calling for the principal, assistant principal, and whoever else. And everybody in the classroom started standing up. And at this point, I'm trying to walk towards him. And he get behind the teacher, and I throw a desk out of the way. And at that point, they ran in and grabbed me, and they sit down with me, and I ended up in alternative school.
Yeah, you can't come back here.
You can't do that. You just can't do that. But I ended up going to alternative school, and while I was in alternative school, I hated it. And one of my best friends, one of my guys.
Because it's supposed to be a wonderful experience.
I hated it.
What did you expect? What did you think was going to happen?
Not that. But when I got there, bro, it was so boring. It was And me and my homeboy would sit outside on it like it's a little bench, but the school back here, we would sit on the bench and we would just sit there and talk. And one day I was just like, man, you want to go steal some cars? And he was like, man, I'm with whatever. He was like, how we gonna do it? And I was like, man, in the morning time, people like to start the cars and let them warm up. You know what I'm saying? It was cold, so you could see the exhaust, you could see it coming out. I said, we walk around until we see a car look like it's warmed up, we just get in and then take it. And he was like, yeah, I'm with it. He was like, cool. And we used to skip school every morning, just walk around and steal cars. And we would take the cars and we would hide them behind a hotel. Like we had a little car lot back there. We had a little car lot. We had like 6 or 7 cars back there at one point. We used to just park them behind the hotel. We would tell all our homeboys, and if we wanted to, we would be like, "Hey, which one y'all finna get? I'm finna grab the Pontiac. I'm finna get in the Torso. I'm finna get in." We would just go back there and just drive the cars. we ended up stealing a car. It was a truck. It was a lady who was dropping her. We skipping one day. It was a Mitsubishi gray truck, and this truck was so nice. It had to been whatever the year it was. It had to been that's what the truck was, and it looked like she was taking her child in the daycare. And she walked in the house, and my homeboy, he was like, man, we got to get that. And where the truck is, it's a house off to the side. And Casper was there. I'm going to say his name. We cool to this day. But Casper is looking out his window because he waiting for the bus to come. We get in the truck and skirt off. They call the police. They offer him reward money. He tell them it was us.
How much?
$500 if I'm correct. I think it was $500.
That's not bad.
No, it wasn't bad. Now at that age, that was the second guy that got $500 off of me. That was the first guy that got $500 off of me. But when we drive off in this car, we keep this truck maybe 2-3 days. 2-3 days. We kept this truck 2-3 days just riding around. Because my granny at the time lived in.
How old are you?
I'm 15 now. I'm 15. I got my daughter. My daughter at the time, right now, as we talking, I'm sure my daughter is probably only like 6 or 7 months old at this point. Yeah, we just joyriding in the car. We riding around and we ended up over my granny house in Hendersonville. I got the car parked behind her building. She don't know, but I didn't know she seen it though. So I'm sitting in here and I hear her on the phone, and then I hear her describing the truck.
I need 500. I want $500.
I hear my granny. Yeah, it's some gray truck. He got, and I got up and I walked in. I said, who you talking to, granny? She said, your mama on the phone and asked me about that car you driving. I said, hang up, get out the phone. She was like, what is going on? I said, just give me the phone. I get the phone, I hang it up. She was like, what's going on with the truck? I was like, don't worry about it. So we leave, get in the truck, we ditch the truck, drive back home. When we get there, my homeboy mama done got with my mama. They thinking they gonna take us down to the police department together.
Right.
My mama tell us to come to meet them at my homeboy's granny's house. We get to my homeboy granny's house. His mama saying, I'm finna take you to the police department. My mama say, and you going with him. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm not going to the police department with him. That just ain't gonna happen. She was like, yeah, you is. I said, okay. So we get in the car. This is my second time. We drive down there. My homeboy get out of the car. I tell my homeboy, you can't go in there. Don't go in there. In front of his mama. His mama is saying, he going in there. My mama's saying, and you going too. I said, I'm not going in there. I'm down here to make sure he don't go in there.
Are you concerned that they're going to give him some Wendy's? And
he got the Wendy's. He got the Wendy's.
Wendy's.
He got something.
You're going to get a photograph? There's a photograph coming of him with some Wendy's.
He went in. I ran. Again, I ran. I ain't doing no talking. He told him what happened. After that happened, we still in alternative school. We still skipping and stealing cars, even after that happened.
Right. That's right. All this is happening while you're in the alternative school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and after that, we still in alternative school. They gave us we got a court date for the car to go to court.
You didn't get arrested?
I got charged. Yeah, he told him everything that happened.
Yeah, but I mean, did the cops come and arrest you?
I just had to, because I was underage. So I just had to go down. I don't know if my mama had to sign for something, but they just called. I had to go down there. She had to sign. I had a court date because I was a minor.
Okay.
So they ain't put me in cuffs or nothing like that. So after that, we still stealing cars. It's a guy, and I can say his name because he messed with me, Dallas. He ain't from Dallas, though. What's up, Dallas?
That doesn't narrow it down.
What's up, Dallas?
Assuming there's a bunch of Dallas.
But Dallas was the cool white boy in the hood.
Okay.
His parents was doctors. I think a doctor and a lawyer.
What's he doing in the hood?
He wanted to be cool.
Oh,
he was cool. And he had an Avalanche. He had the Avalanche truck, burnt orange, 24-inch rims on it at the time. He got the speakers. He got the bang. Dallas was cool. And everybody wanted to drive that truck. I wanted to drive it too. So we walking around one day. We looking for people who getting out at the gas station to run in and pay for their gas and leave their car running.
Okay.
This is what we doing this day. It's a gas station, then it's a Wendy's, and behind the Wendy's is a liquor store. So we sitting, and across the street is a Taco Bell. So we sitting at the Taco Bell where the dumpsters are, we can see over to the gas station. But as we watching the gas station, two girls pull up in Dallas Avalanche Bernard's truck with the 24s on it at the liquor store. Both of them get out and go into the liquor store. Let me rewind real quick. 2-3 days before this, I got a homeboy that's a gamer. Real, love you, bro. He used to demolish me on the game.
Uh-huh.
And we used to play 21 Skunk on Madden. I beat him one time. You remember this too. And when I beat him, he goes in the back room because he tell me to get out of his house. He tell me I gotta leave. I'm 15 at the time. He hot. You gotta go. Get out. I was like, man, bro, I just beat you in the game for the first time. Like you 100 and not. You was 101. You still got 100 games on me. Like
right.
He walks to the back room. His daddy was a police officer. He comes. His mama has that. I don't know what that plastic stuff was with the little. This right here. What is this? Whatever
it's a carpet guard.
They had a carpet guard through their hallway, so I can hear the foot.
Right.
And as he turned the corner, he got a 357 mag.
Because you beat him at the game?
True story, man. He got a 357 mag. He pointed the gun at me and told me, "Get out of my house." I said, "Well, I'm gone." You got that?
You need to pick your friends.
I never play you again. But when I walked out the house, of course I'm mad he pointed the gun at me, but I'm like, dang, that was a nice gun. So before we stole the truck, we ended up, because he made me mad. So I went and got my homeboy that I'm with. And you don't know this, Real, but I'm finna tell it now. This part wasn't in the book. But they used to put lights on. When they put their lights on the house, they would snowman all of those stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But before we went in there and got the gun, I took their lights out the house, ripped all the lights out the house and all that old stuff. Messed the house up real bad, all their lights and stuff. They had to replace them. But we ended up breaking in the house, and I went back there and searched it and found that 357, which is the same 357 we used when we took the truck from the girls at the liquor store. They went in the liquor store. Me and my homeboy both looked over.
I don't listen.
Once I'm listening.
Listen.
Talk to me.
Your buddy
Mm-hmm.
has an Avalanche, right? Is that the Avalanche you said? He
Yep.
has a nice, I guess you said it was orange.
Mm-hmm.
He has a nice Avalanche with these big rims on it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is your buddy.
Dallas,
And you see some girls driving his truck.
Yeah.
And you rob, you steal, carjack.
Yeah, no
You
honor.
carjack my buddy's. That's not me carjacking Colby's. I see somebody driving Colby's vehicle. That's Colby.
It was nice, Kobe. The Kobe had a nice car.
I mean, all you guys are just
No honor amongst thieves.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know that.
Snakes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it, but was comfortable around each other.
Right.
Wouldn't want to be around nobody else. Like this is a sense of norm. But the girls are coming out of the liquor store. We crept over. We ain't got no mask or nothing. So we covering our face with our hands.
Do they know you?
I didn't know the girls. I
Okay.
didn't. I think he knew one of them. I didn't know the girls.
Right.
And so by the time we pulled the gun, one of the girls make it back into the store. The other friend tried to run in, and the other friend is keeping her from running back in the store because I don't know what was going on. But my homeboy was like, "Where the keys at?" And she was like, "They already in the truck. They already in the truck." So at that point, he jumped in the driver's seat. I jump in the passenger seat. We pull off in the truck, and we drive to Nashville, where my granny was working at the Windham Historical Hotel at the time. She don't know we outside in a stolen truck. They got valet. So I tell my homeboy, we pull up in the valet. I tell him, look, just park the truck. I'm going to run in here and get some money for my granny, because we ain't got no money. We got no money. We need some gas. We don't know what we're finna do yet, neither. I run in to get some money for my granny. By the time, my granny don't know what's going on. By the time I walk back out, he's done wrecked the truck and hit some car that's parked, and the valet done got him out of the truck, took the keys out of the truck. Both of the truck doors are open. So I walk over and I'm looking at him. He looking at me. We looking at. He said, I said, what's going on? He said, man, I couldn't see that little bitty truck. He like the rims. He tried to basically say the rims were sitting up so high he couldn't see the truck.
Okay.
But when he tell me that, I look and I said, well, what are keys? He said, man, one of them got it. One of them got the keys. One of the valet guys. So I asked the valet guys. I'm like, this is my truck. I said, I just want to know which one of y'all got my keys. And the guy who got him, he pat on it. He said, I got keys. I got keys. I said, I don't know if you really got the keys or not. I said, as you can see, this is an expensive truck. These expensive rims. You can hear it's got loud, expensive speakers. I said, I need to see my keys. I need to see. He said, I called Metro. I said, that's fine. You can call Metro. But I want to see which one of y'all got my keys. That's all I want to see. I got keys, sir. And he reached and he dangled the keys. And I ran over and snatched the keys. We ran to the car, got in, and we drove our way to Atlanta, Georgia. True story. True story.
So you got some money from your
From
grandmother?
my granny, yeah.
Okay.
We took all the money we had, put it in the gas tank, and drove to Atlanta, Georgia from Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
We get to Atlanta, Georgia.
It's a long drive.
Yeah, I think 4 hours.
Yeah.
We almost out of gas.
Yeah.
The only thing we got is a 357 and a bag of green girl's head that he been smoking on the whole way there. So when we get there, we ride past this club. It was called Indigo. It was a teen club. Because when we got there, he was like, man, because they had pipes on the truck. And he was like, man, put it in neutral and let the pipes holler. So we put it in neutral, and everybody got around the truck and was bouncing. And we thought we was happy. We had 24-inch. We had 24s on the truck. We was 15. My guy was 16 years old. We was having a ball. so by that time we go to this gas station. We almost at the gas. Son getting ready to come up, and he was like, what we gonna do? I said, man, we're gonna have to start robbing people. He was like, well, how we gonna do that? I said, with this big old truck, I said, man, we're going to pull over in front of cars, block them off, and get out and rob them on the spot. He was like, that's what's up. I said, well, cool then. That's what we're going to do. True story.
Yeah, nobody will be able to nobody will be able to track this truck down.
Nobody will be able to.
It's bright orange with 24s on it or something.
I were in another state. With a police officer gun doing this. We got the 357. So the first guy, it looked like he was dropping his girl off to Kroger's, I guess, to work.
Right.
We coming down this hill, and I see him getting ready to come back out, and my homeboy going first. So he get the gun out of the. I said, man, he gonna cover his face with his hand. I pull over in front of the car, block it off. The guy just sitting there, he lays on the horn, brr, brr, and as he blowing, he don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So where I'm in front of him is the driver's side. So when he get out, he coming around, he laying on the horn. So by the time he see my homeboy up the gun, all I see from the truck is his hands go up in the air like this. And when his hands went up, my homeboy opened the door, and I could hear him say, I don't have nothing, man. I ain't got nothing. He was like, you ain't got to do this. So at this point, my homeboy telling him, he reached in his pocket.
Everybody needs a good pair of jeans. What I like about the Perfect Jean is that the moment you put them on, they feel like sweatpants. They don't ever pinch or bind up. As a matter of fact, They're super stretchy. There's never any point where you feel like they're binding up on you or they're tight or they pinch you or anything like that. They're comfortable in pretty much any position that you sit in. They're really great. They're comfortable and they look great. Normally, a good pair of jeans costs anywhere between $150 to $200, but the perfect jeans are reasonably priced at $79.99. For a limited time, our listeners get 15% off their first order plus free shipping at theperfectjean.nyc or Google The Perfect Jean and use promo code COX15 for 15% off. That's 15% off for new customers at theperfectjean.nyc with promo code COX15. Please support our channel and tell them we sent you. Your khakis, get the perfect jeans.
And I see a wallet fly up. When the wallet fly up, my homeboy grabbed the wallet. He literally probably only had $10, $15. It wasn't too much of nothing. We couldn't do nothing with that. So by the time my homeboy come back to the truck, and I hate to even say this, but I'm being honest, it was the fear intrigued me when I seen him with the gun, how the guy responded.
Right.
So when he give me the money and show me it's only $10, $15, I'm like, nah, he got something else. But really, it was I wanted to point the gun at him too. So I take the gun. just being honest. So I take the gun. I go back and I point the gun at him, and he was like, "Man, you ain't got to do this. That's all I got." And this, and that. And I had my little moment. We got in the truck. We pulled off, and he started pulling out slow. And I told my homeboy, I said, "He got something." And I turned around. As soon as I turned the truck around, he stopped. His hands went up. Well, he stopped, opened his door, and threw the wallet back out again before we even got to him. And so that was the first robbery. We leave there. We drive around town a little bit. We get we coming down this road. It's a truck beside us. And I told it's my turn now. I told my homeboy, I'm like, when the light get ready to turn, he had his blink on to turn right. I said, turn in front of him. He gonna stop. I'm gonna get out. And then I got out. He probably only had like $40. We did this like 2-3 times. We had enough to get a little food and put some gas. So we call ourselves driving all the way on the other side of town as if probably 4 or 5 people at the time ain't called and identified this truck.
Nobody will put us together if we just get across town.
Yeah. We drive all the way across town, and we're in a neighborhood. Houses were nice. The cars was luxury. We thinking, okay, this was the money at. And it's my homeboy time, so I'm driving. We get to a 4-way. It was a BMW. It's got that, I think they call it mirror tint, where whatever it is. But we're at a 4-way, and she's on the phone. And she flashed for us to go ahead and go, because we got the blinker to turn left, because I'm going to turn, and I'm going to stop right in front of her. He going to get out.
Right.
So I turn, and when I turn and hit that left, I hit on the brakes. He jumps out. By the time he jump out and she see the gun, I hear her scream. And her hands went up. And I'm guessing when her hands went up, she hit the car, the gear shift, and put it in reverse. Mm-hmm. So when the car go in reverse, if you ain't steering the wheel in reverse, it's going to turn. So she hit it, and the car started backing up. And my homeboy is running beside the car with the gun to the window. She goes down in this ditch, and all I hear is boom. It ain't a gunshot. It sounded like wreck. Like she hit a tree. My homeboy runs back up the hill and comes to the car, and he was like, "Man, she crazy. She got out running." I said, "Did she have a purse in her hand?" He's like, "Nah, she ain't had nothing." I said, "Go back and get the purse."
Right. So
he ran back, got the purse, got in the truck. We pulled out. She had like $1,200-$1,300 in there.
Whoa.
Yeah. She had like $1,300. We like $1,200-$1,300. We went to the mall. Then you gotta keep in mind, we ain't had a shower.
Right.
We ain't got no license. I think I'm 15, he's 16. We don't know nothing about Atlanta, Georgia. What they call the underground mall at the time. We at the underground mall. My homeboy, he had real long hair at the time, but he didn't have it braided. He had 2 big puff balls. So we found somebody that can braid his hair. Then we ran into a guy that I think he was renting scooters out or something. He had some kind of connection to like little motor scooters or something. And we kind of let me back up. That night after we hit the lick, before we go to the underground mall, we park in a parking garage that you can go in. Mm-hmm. We park in a parking garage. And as we in the parking garage, I doze off and go to sleep. My homeboy smoking. My homeboy smoking. And I tell him, I was like, man, make sure you turn the truck out. So I go to sleep. I wake up. There's money all in the dashboard. I'm guessing he just been having a great old time. I go to start the truck up and truck dead. That's how we ended up getting out of the truck and walking to the underground mall and running into these people. Because the truck that we had, the battery was dead, which probably was a plus for us at the time. Yeah. So by the time we run into the guy with the scooters, my homeboy tells him, he was like, man, my homeboy got a truck. He was like, the battery dead. He was like, do you know somebody that can jump it? He was like, man, the cabs around here, like, they'll jump it. You probably just have to pay them $20, $25. He pulls out all the money and was like, oh, that ain't nothing. So at this point, I'm thinking, why would you show him, you know? He was like, what kind of truck is it? He started describing the truck and this and that. And he was like, oh, yeah, let me see the truck. So we go, we show him the truck. Now he want to hang out with us. We get the truck jump. We riding around. He don't know. We done robbed 4 or 5 people in this truck.
Right.
He has absolutely no idea.
The police are absolutely looking for this truck.
Exactly. So we drive to, he take us to a hotel because he was 18, 19, whatever. He was old enough to get a hotel. He go get us a room. He don't know what's going on, but he go get us a room. He showed us what that club was. He was gonna take us back there. He telling us all this stuff he gonna do with us. So after we get him to get the room, we ride around for a little bit, and I tell him, I'm like, look, I gotta drop you off. I said, I'm gonna come back and get you. I said, I gotta go pick up my brother, and he don't like new faces. He was like, man, y'all gonna come back and get me for real? I was like, yeah, we're gonna come back and get you. I said, my brother just don't like new faces. Let me go take care of that, and I'm gonna come back. So we dropped him off where we found him. And it wasn't 10, 15 minutes after that. 10, 15 minutes, we driving around, police get behind me. My homeboy done went to sleep. I hit 2, 3 lights. It's 2, 3 police is behind. I still ain't woke him up yet. I still ain't woke him up.
Wait till we're actually in trouble.
Yeah, I still ain't woke him up. So we riding, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. I tapped him. I said, look, don't jump up, panic or nothing. He's like, what's going on? Because he didn't have his shoes on. He was like, what's going on? I said, bro, the police is behind us. He reached down, he said, for real? I said, it's about 5 or 6 of them, too. He said, how long? I said, they done hit 2, 3 blocks with me. He was like, what we gonna do? I said, I don't know. We finna do something. So we driving, and it's a red light. We the first at the red light, though. When we get at the red light, we literally, both of us, looking out of our rear view, it was enough cop cars to count 12, 13 to the point of where you knew it was a long line of police. Mm. So by the time, it's 2 other police cars that done hit their lights, but not the siren coming down this side of the 4-way. So by the time they get close enough, whoop, you hear the sirens go off. So when the sirens go off, ain't none of the traffic moving. So my first thought was hit the gas. So when I pull off, this police car I make it around him just enough, and this police car, they blocked all the rest of them, which gave us a head start. Mm-hmm. So we get a head start, and as we driving, my homeboy was just saying, find the interstate, find the interstate. I know. What you mean? Like, find the interstate. Well, I still don't know what we about to do. And we driving, and it's a blue Avalanche that's getting on the interstate the same time we getting on the interstate. So when we turn, you can feel the truck almost lift up just a little bit. And the blue Avalanche truck stops. We get around it, and they lay on the horn, but they moved enough and blocked the police from getting on the interstate. So we got another head start. We get on the interstate, and we just punching it, just going straight in between cars. So we get far enough to where you can barely hear the sirens. And if it's a little hill, just enough, I know when I go over it, it's enough to not see the police. So as we driving, it's a ramp to get off on, and I can't see them. So we go over, I get off on the ramp. When I get off on the ramp, we stop. We didn't know if we was gonna get out and run or nothing, but I knew we had a lead on them. My homeboy reaches in the glove box, hands me the gun. I hand it back to him. He handed it to me. I roll down the window, throw it out the window in the bushes. And as we sit there, literally, the police, you just, it went on for about 2 minutes. We just sitting there looking up. And by that time, I turn the truck around, come back up the ramp. We going towards the traffic that's coming towards us. We driving. And the trucks just, we drive up the interstate probably for about 5 minutes. My homeboy was like, we can't keep doing it. He was like, man, we're going to have a wreck. I bust a U-turn in the middle of the interstate. drive up a little bit, get off on the ramp, go on, get on to another, and we just kept driving straight. He was like, where we going? I was like, I don't know. We're just going to keep driving straight. We ended up in Alabama. Got away.
Oh, my God.
True story.
I mean, I can't believe you stayed in the truck.
Yeah. Stayed in the truck. I didn't, what else? Stayed in the truck. Straight in the truck. We got to Alabama. It was a theme park. I don't know I can't remember what park it was, but we ended up at this park. We parked the truck. It's a hotel next to the theme park. We parked the truck, walked to the theme park parking lot. We was waiting for people to come out. We was gonna follow them to their car and take another car. So as we walking behind these two girls, one of the girls turned around and was like, why y'all keep following us? We was like, man, ain't nobody following y'all. They was like, yes, you are. Y'all following us. Y'all need to quit following us. We ain't walking no further until y'all quit following, until y'all turn around and quit following. So we turn around and we go get back in the truck and we just sitting in the parking lot. And as we sitting there, we don't know what we're gonna do. We don't know if we want it back home. We know Atlanta. We don't know if they know we stole the truck back home. We don't know if the girls are them. We don't know none of this. So as we sitting there in silence, my homeboy, I heard, and I looked over, and that's one of my catchphrases on YouTube. This is actually where this catchphrase come from. And I looked over at him, and he looked up to me, and we looked at each other, and he said, no, I want to go home. I want to go home. And I started crying too. I said, bro, man, me too. And we hugged each other. He was like, how we gonna get there? I was like, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I said, man, we just go get on interstate. We're gonna drive straight. But we need some gas. So we go to the gas station, and an 18-wheeler pull up. I'm in the gas station. I'm getting snacks, and I see my homeboy talking to the truck driver. So when I come out, I'm like, what are you talking to him for? He was like, I asked him, how do we get to Nashville from here? He said, get on, I think it's I-65 North or I-65 South, which I can't remember going, but whichever one, he said, just get on I-65 and just keep going straight. He said, you'll run straight into it. I was like, all right, bet. So we get on the interstate, we driving. I've been driving this whole time. So I tell my homeboy, I'm like, bro, you gotta drive. Like I'm telling you, like, all right, bet. I said, we need gas, pull over and get gas. He was like, all right. I don't know how long we was driving. We ran out of gas. In the middle of that.
Why didn't you get gas? I mean, in general, you had the money, right? You still had money, right?
We got some gas. I don't know if we filled it up, but I know we ran out of gas in the middle of the interstate. When he woke me up, cars were, that's how I knew. I had jumped in the back of the Avalanche, laid down, and the cars was just going by us. He woke me up, he was like, bruh, and I raised up and looked. I said, what's going on? He said, man, we out of gas. I smacked him in the back of the head instantly. I said, why you ain't stop and get some gas, bro? He was like, man, bro, we got to get this. We pushed the truck to the side of the road. We could see a gas station, but where we were at, it's a ramp. Cars coming around this ramp, but it's a bunch of big rocks right there. I said, instead of walking all the way to their store, we're going to take these rocks. We're going to line them up across this interstate. Somebody's going to stop.
You guys have had one brilliant idea after another.
Man, listen, I can't make this stuff up, bro. They were not stopping.
I was going to say, who stopped?
They were not stopping. They were tearing their cars up. So at this point, we got to walk to this store. And as we walking, you know how you can tell it looked like rain started somewhere? It looked like it's rain. It can be raining right here and be nothing here.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like as we were getting closer. We thinking that, dang, it's raining. We get there, it's cicadas. I think that's what you call them. Like
the bugs?
Yes.
Okay.
They were swarming all over the place. It was like we walked into a blizzard of cicadas. Like we literally walked in and was just all over. Like it was bugs everywhere. We fought through and get to the store. It's bugs all over the store. When we walk in the store, we knocking bugs off in the store. And the guy, when we looked up at the guy at the register, he looked at us. He said, where did y'all come from? We knocking bugs off. And we was like, our parents ran out of gas. He was like, well, they didn't give you a gas can? Because I don't sell gas cans. Oh. I was like, what? But he was like, you could try to put it in something. We ended up getting some gas. We drove back. We go to his girlfriend's house. When we get there, she complaining. She going off her shower. She already didn't like me. I go in her bathroom. I took a bird bath in there. brush my teeth with their toothbrushes and it's been 2 days. Like like it's crazy. So they had got quiet while I was in the bathroom. So by the time I come out of the bathroom, I had called my brother to come and get us. We're gonna get our story together. We're gonna go back, whatever. My brother comes. I go outside to go see if it's him. I hear the music. When I come back, the clothes that we bought in the bags was sitting outside of the door because we had parked the Avalanche. When we got back to Nashville, we parked it at skating ring, wiped it down, got out. We called his girlfriend on the collect phone, and we was right around the corner from her house in Greensville, Rivergate. I see my bags outside the door. I run downstairs to get my brother. I was like, my bag's outside the door. He ain't coming out. We gotta go get him. So we go upstairs, we try to kick the door, the neighbor started coming out. And as I'm kicking the door, I hear his girlfriend saying, I'm calling Metro. I'm finna call Metro, and I'm telling him everything, and he ain't saying nothing. He already done told him about the Mitsubishi.
Right.
We already got this case pending. And now he finna go down and he finna tell him about the Avalanche, which he did. And that's how I got locked up the second time. I did 10
You
months.
should have dropped the Avalanche off at your buddies.
I should have took it back to Dallas.
Who owns
I should
it?
took it back. He didn't press charges.
So you could have
Dallas-
dropped it off with him.
Yeah, Dallas didn't press charges. We ended up getting charged. I still always wonder to this day, no bull, what happened with the Atlanta thing. We
Never heard anything about it?
nothing. I'm talking about we Flatfoot got away clean. I wanted to. If anybody sees this, I was like, I wonder if they hear this, will they remember, like, because I want to apologize. I ain't gonna lie, because I done matured now. Like when we was doing it, like it was crazy. Like we were literally blocking cars off, getting out. Like that lady that had that wreck and jumped out and took out. I didn't get to see her run, but I always wonder, like, dang, I wonder, and nothing ever came from that. Nothing ever came from it. But at this time, I did 10 months, and when I got out,
10 months just for the stolen car.
10 months for the stolen car.
And neither one of you said, hey, there's this thing in Atlanta.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it never came up. Dallas never pressed charges. They found. Here's another thing I thought about. When they got the truck, how didn't Tennessee run the plates and see that it was, I'm like, was it because it was another state? Like, wasn't no alert on it? Wasn't nothing. Like he got the truck back in Tennessee, didn't press no charges. It was over. Matter of fact, when we got out, after we done the 10 months, Dallas bought us Tennessee Titans tickets. I'm telling you, man, he bought us Tennessee Titans. He wanted to take both of us to a football game. I didn't go with him.
And he knows you stole the truck.
Yes. He was just in my comment section like 2 weeks ago, like, I'm proud of you. Seriously. He got the truck back in one piece.
Right.
But I did 10 months at a YDC youth detention center. It's like a baby prison. It's got the fence around it. It's got the prison programs. It's basically preparing you to go to the penitentiary.
So you're basically, what, 16, 17 by now?
I'm 16. Yeah, I'm 16, 17. Let me see. I'm 16. I had to be 16 right here. I had to be 16 at the YDC. So I do the 10 months at the YDC. This is when I started flirting with affiliation because I knew my daddy was a GD because he had a pitchfork burned, like seared in his hand right here. And so when I would see people throw up the pitchforks, and I kind of got curious, and I was like, oh, that's what my dad is. And so that's kind of when I started saying that I was a gangster at the time. And so I do the 10 months. I come home, and I'm running around saying I'm GD. I don't know nothing about GD at the time.
Right.
And so
Probably not a good idea. But
not at all. But somebody ends up telling my dad. My dad calls, and he tells me come to the prison to see him. And when I go to the prison to see him, of course, he asked me the questions to see if I knew. And I said the stuff that I thought I knew. And he was like, don't ever repeat that. He was like, that's not, no, that's not. And he was like, if that's what you want to do, I'm 16. He's like, if that's what you want to do, like I can, And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Like, what do you?
Oh my God,
that's exactly what I want to do. But he used to have guys come down and pick us up and chill with us, all kind of stuff. Like that's how my brother ended up like one of the biggest drug dealers in my town of Springfield. But through my daddy, it was a guy he was locked up with that came home and was major, and my daddy connected him with my brother, and next thing you know, my brother was, yeah. So that's how that happened. And then after the 10 months, I stayed out. I think this time I stayed out like 8 months, and I went back in for attempted murder.
What was that for?
Okay, so the attempted murder charge happened because it's a bunch of stories in one. It was a guy my brother had got into it with because I learned how to cook rock at 15, 16 as well.
Right.
So my brother used to ask me to cook for him. And one day, I guess he couldn't get a hold of me, so he asked for somebody else to do it. And they got this method where they call it like pouring down a drain. And because when it's still in liquid form, when it get cold, so when it go down and get on the pipe, when it get cold, it'll stick to the pipe, and they'll tell you it ended up losing. Let's say, for instance, if it was 28 grams, and now they done poured down the drain, and now it's only showing 20. When you thinking you lost 8, when the truth is they pour it and it's stuck in the pipe. So when you leave, they'll unscrew the pipe and get the rest of it out. So that's basically probably what they did to my brother, but it was a lot. So my brother ended up coming and tell me, because I was kind of the muscle. My brother ain't street, like we kind of night and day.
All right.
So he ends up coming to tell me about it, and that's the reason I had a lot of beefs too, because of him. I was always having to
You always getting me in shit.
always, and he come and tell me about it. We get in the car. He don't know I got a gun on me, and when we pull up, he thought he saw the guy who done it. He thought he had a gun on him. He was like, "Wait a minute." He was like, "I think he got a gun on him, boo." And by that, because they call me boo. By this time, I get out of the car, cock, and I already pointed at him and told him put his hands up. So he put his hands up. As he put his hands up, I tell my brother to get out of the truck and pat him down. I'm 16 at the time, too. I'm still 16. And I had never done a drug a day in my life. Never drank, never smoked, still to this day. So as I got him at gunpoint, this guy's grandmother is out. I don't even know why she was out that late. She gets out of her car and walks up, and she was like, "Boo, you wrong. I'm going to tell your granny." I turn and point the gun at her and tell her, "You need to get back in the car. This ain't got nothing to do with you." So she goes and get back in the car, and I tell him, "Look, whoever got my brother work, they need to get it back." And he was like, "I don't know." He was like, "I ain't do that." So I was like, "Okay." It's a trap house, so it's several people in here that's pushing. I walk in the house, gun out, and everybody like, "Man, hold on, what's going on?" I said, if somebody don't pay my brother back, everybody I don't want to use that word, everybody got to drop it off. So at that point, they were like, "Man, we ain't got nothing to do with that." And the girl who lived there, she got 2 daughters who got to go to school in the morning. She come around the corner and said, "You got to get out of my house. You with that gun, like you tripping." And I say, "How I'm tripping? You got several drug dealers in your house. You got kids that got to go to school in the morning. They trapping out of here, playing dominoes, smoking, drinking, and you tripping about a gun. Like, you might well go on in your room. Let me finish doing what I got to do." And she went on in the room. And I turned around and I said, "Who gonna pay for it?" And everybody pitched in and paid. And then I ended up leaving. So to get to the attempted murder, man, that's
started that's
kind of the spark of it. At this time, my daddy done gave me a plug at the time, which guy who done changed his life to this day too. He actually in ministry. I get a 9-piece. You know what a 9-piece is. I get it. I drive back home, and I take 2 ounces of it. I'm finna go get one cooked. I'm finna sell one. But I got one of my cars getting worked on, a guy we call Cowboy. So I'm finna go check on my car. And as I go to check on my car, the girl I'm talking to at the time messaged me and asked me for something, whatever it was. I just spent my real money. I got a lot going on. I ain't trying to hear that right now. And I might have been on the run at the time as well. I'm sure I was. So when she asked me, I texted back and I was like, "No, I can't do that right now." Like, and she texted me back tripping and was like, "Okay, then I'm finna flush all your work down the toilet." I'm like, so I tell him, whatever he got going on with the car, he finna cook the work for him. I give him that. I get in the car to drive back home. Her son is outside. We stay in the projects, 21st. Her son is outside. I walk through the storm door. Before I walk through the storm door, I can see her mom sitting on the couch. When I go through, gun already in my hand, Smith & Wesson Blue Steel 9, extended clip, 21. She sitting on the couch. Her mom said, "Boo, what's going on?" Her daughter is in the kitchen washing dishes. She turned around, see the gun in my hand. By the time I up the gun, her mama was like, her mama get to screaming and tell me, "Don't do that." So by the time I look in my peripheral, I could see her son. I wasn't stunned her mama. Because I'm asking her, where is that work at? Because I take that back. I went and checked. When I walked in, I checked, and my spot, it wasn't in there. So by the time I up, I'm like, where is my work at? And she was like, if you gonna do it, go ahead and do it. Her mama doing all the screaming. She walks up on me and spits on me. So by the time
The mom?
No, the daughter. When she spit, I'm looking and I see her son coming through the storm door. So as I see her son coming through the storm door, that's the only reason why I was like, you know what, you ain't gotta worry about it. You'll read about me. I was on the run at the time. I was tired. So I go in the pantry, I got a AK-47. I grabbed the AK-47, it's got a shoulder strap on it. I put the AK-47 on. I walk out the house, I get in the car and I pull out. When I go around the corner, I see the guy that my brother had got into it with. And it was, I almost said his name. I ain't gonna say his name. But anyway, when I drive around, it's a bunch of people out though. It's kids out. Like it's almost like a block party.
Right.
So I drive up the street and I say to myself, I'm gonna come back around the corner and I'm gonna get him. And so as I'm driving, I see a friend of mine who was supposed to have been sleeping with my girl at the time too. So he runs a stop sign because he's trying to help somebody do something. He runs a stop sign. I take the AK-47, I sit it on the window outside of the car, and I let out about 6 or 7 shots. His brother in the passenger seat, I see the bullets go through. His brother tries to dive out of the passenger side window because the window was down. The car veers off. It looked like I hit him because he had a hoodie on. So the hoodie goes up. I see the bullets go through. Car swerve. He tried to jump out the window. I didn't see if it crashed or not. I turned off and went. I'm back on 21st, the street where I was living on. So as I'm driving up the street, there's just so much going on in my head at the time. I come back around to that top of the street where I see all them people at, and I got a magazine clip too, which means you can take one uncut and put the other one in.
Right.
So I stopped, let the window down, and I just let it ride. I just probably 30, 40 shots. Take the magazine clip, I put the other one in. Just
Where? At what?
At the guy.
Okay.
At the guy that going back to the situation. I ended up hitting him. I think I grazed his arm and I hit him in the butt, not knowing that I was even gonna do that from a distance. Like you said, what my guy said, I guess I'm a good shot.
Yeah.
So I pull off, and we got this woman, I could say her name, Pee Wee. Shout out to Pee Wee. Pee Wee was the neighborhood lady that had a scanner that could hear what was going on as far as police. And she called her grandson that I was cool with at the time and told him that she had heard my name on the scanner. And he called me and he was like, man, Granny just called, said she heard your name on the scanner. You might want to get out that car. I was so mad and frustrated and tired at the time. I'm tired of the life in general. I probably was almost ready to let them take me out, to be honest. And I was like, man, I ain't worried about that. I was like, I'm finna go back around there and do it again. I don't even know I hit him at the time. So as I'm driving, I get to this four-way to go back around. It's a cop we call Bogle. Shout out to Bogle, man. He infamous. He always in unmarked cars. He set people up, confidential informers, had your homeboy tell on you. He one of them cops. He one of them. You gotta watch him. He might be dressed up as a junkie in the hood with a hood on, and ain't no telling about this dude. But so Bogle, I'm sitting at a four-way, getting ready. I got the AK-47 sitting in the passenger, just sitting there like he riding with me. And then I got the Blue Steel Smith & Wesson sitting in my lap. I got an ounce of white in my pocket. I got scales, Pyrex jar in the armrest.
It's not good. It's not a good situation.
It's horrible. So as I'm sitting at the four-way, I see it's an expedition, gray expedition. I think it was gray at the time. I think it was either gray or blue. And as I'm sitting there, for some reason, I'm looking because he's on the same street where all of them people are. and I just see somebody get down like that. And so when I noticed, I kind of looked and I said, that's Bogle. And I knew it was on. And at that point, I turned right, smashed the gas. He smashed, he got behind me. 2 police cars was coming down. They got behind him. We on the high speed. I'm in one of my cousin's car at the time. I called her during the high speed. She called me during the high speed chase. She was like, what's going on? People telling me you getting chased by the police in my car. You done did this and did that and shot it. This. I was like, I'm driving like I'm in a high speed and I'm calm as I'm talking to her. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm out, I'm chilling, like I'm good. Like, what's going on? She was like, everybody keep telling me. I'm like, what is you? I'm good, I'm straight. right.
Thanks, fine.
As I'm driving, she was like, you better not.
I'm in the McDonald's parking lot, the drive-thru right now.
I was like, I'm good. I'm like, ain't none of that going on. So I end up almost running out of gas. And I reached over and grabbed the AK-47. I let the window down. And when I let the window down, Bogle's behind me. I thought about it now because I'm thinking I'm going to shoot enough just to slow him down. And then I was like, no.
The problem is you've got all these little tiny 15 months or 8 months, 10 month sentence, 5 months. You don't have any idea how much trouble you're in right now.
Right. At least at the time, I ain't thinking.
Do you? I mean, or
I don't.
Are you
no.
You think if they catch me, I get a year? Is that what are you thinking?
I'm a juvie. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but the law has a certain amount of passes before they say, I don't give a shit how old you are.
I found
You're
out.
an adult. You're making adult. These are adult crimes.
They call it back in Tennessee. They call it bounding you over. Yeah, bound you over. So I ended up. I didn't let off no shots. I ended up jumping out of the car while I was rolling, and I take out running. And as I'm running, I got a lead on the police. It's 2 fences, 2 small fences. I leap one, and when I go to leap the other, my body shut down. I'm literally laying. I thought I was paralyzed. I'm looking at the police run towards me, and I'm having a conversation with myself like, why can't I move? Like I'm scared. I got an ounce of white in my pocket. I'm knowing what was in the car, and I can't move nothing. And when the police got to the fence, he jumped the first one. He got to the fence, and he was like, what's wrong? And I said, I can't move. He was like, what? I was like, I don't know. I said, I can't move.
But you're not on drugs or anything? You
Nothing.
Just, what do you think, the adrenaline just crashed?
Well, they took me to the hospital. They said I was low on potassium. They said my body just shut down. They brought me some bananas and some water, and I jumped back. Literally, true story, bro.
God.
Like, but the police, they didn't want to touch me because they didn't, so they called the ambulance. And when they called the ambulance said for some reason they couldn't put me in the ambulance. So they ended up picking me up and just set me in the backseat of the police car, and my arm started moving just a little bit. And I took the white and pushed it down in the seat as far as I could. And they took me out, took me in the hospital. I'm laying there. They ran my blood. The police said that I was low on potassium. They gave me some bananas. I drank some water, and I'm sitting there. There's police everywhere because of everything that done happened. They asked me all these questions. I ain't trying to do no talking. And they rolled the guy by that I shot. He's butt up. As they rolled him by, they stopped him in front of my door.
Is that him? That's him.
That's what they said. They said, is that the guy who shot you? And he said, I don't know who shot me. And when he said that, I said, well, I'm gonna get on up out of here. So by the time I say I'm getting ready to leave, they were like, no, we got the guns. I was like, I didn't make my guns. They were like, well, who guns is it? I said, the other person that was in the car. They said, who else was in the car? I said, I can't tell. They said, you jumped out of the driver's side. We got the car with nobody. I said, they made my guns. They never charged me with the guns. True story. They never charged me with the guns.
What city is this?
Springfield, Tennessee.
This sounds like the city to commit crime.
I'm dead. I am dead serious. They never charged me with the gun. I got charged. They didn't charge me with the gun, but I got charged with the attempted murder. And I got a lawyer named George Duzane. He got it dropped down to aggravated assault, said because it was below the waist. They gave me 3 years for that, and then they gave me 1 year for the they call it felony evading. I got 4 years probation, and then I got out. I was out 8 months. I did a year on the nose on that.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You pled guilty, or did you go to trial?
I pled guilty.
Pled guilty to 1 count of
aggravated assault.
Okay.
Yep.
And what was the other charge?
Felony evading for the high speed chase.
And they gave you 4 years, and you did 1?
I did 4 years.
Oh, you did
no,
4
no,
years.
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no, no, no. You said it right. You did. You said it
you
right.
got four- you got 4 years.
I did a year on the nose, and I came home on 3 years paper.
A year on 4 years.
2-7. Yeah.
Was that because you were?
I was a juvie. They bound me over. It was basically my first offense. But before that, I gotta tell you about this lick.
Real quick, did you go to a juvenile prison, or did you go to an adult prison?
When they called me, I was 17 because this was the case they bound me over on.
Okay.
So I ended up doing a little time in juvie. Then they bound it over, and then I stayed in jail whatever little time I had, and then I went home from jail. So I went to juvie and jail. Because when they asked me at the hospital, they were like, "You going to jail? You know that?" I was like, "I ain't going to jail." They were like, "Oh, you going to jail for this?" I was like, "You can't take me to jail." They were like, why come we can't take you to jail?" I said, "I'm only 17. You can't take me to jail. You got to take me to juvie." You call John. All my people who've been watching me, they'll know what I'm talking about. That was my caseworker, John. But yeah, that's the story before I was home 8 months, and then the murder case. But before that, before the attempted murder, I had hit a lick robbery for $125,000 cash.
Okay.
This happened. I'm in high school.
Right.
I'm sitting in in-school suspension, and this guy walks up. I would say his name. We cool. We cool now though. We ain't cool. We cool too. So I'm sitting in school suspension. Everybody know me at the time for robbing. I kind of got a name for robbing. And this guy was a white guy, and he was like, "Man, I want to holler at you about this lick we getting ready to hit." I said, "That what's up? What's up?" He said, "Man, it's 4 of us." He said, "It's a woman who can barely see and barely hear." He said, "We from." True story.
I don't doubt it.
He said it's a woman who can barely see, barely hear. He said, and we already know that the money is there because they had already been stealing and robbing them for guns. And so they ended up running across the safe, stealing the guns that they were selling. And I said, how much money is it? He was like, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you right now. He said, but we're going to give you $5,000 a piece. That's $20,000. Damn. I said, well, who is it? They wouldn't tell me who it was. He said, if you tell me the plan will work, he said, we're going to give you $5,000. I said, well, what's the plan? He tell me the plan. He said, bro, the door going to be unlocked. We're going to pull in. We're going to walk in like normal people. He was like, do you think we need to wear masks? He was like, because everybody in the neighborhood knows we don't want to look suspect. He said, we're just going to go in the house. He said, you walk in, you turn left. It's a closet right there. Under the blanket, the safe. We're going to get the safe. Walk out. One of the guys is going to watch the lady. 2 people going to pick it up. 1 person going to stay in the truck. We're going to do. I said, that's it? He was like, yeah. I said, that's the easiest robbery I've ever heard in my life. I was like, yeah, that'll work. That'll work. When y'all going to do it? Because I want my cut. So he was like, we're going to do it. He was like, I'm going to call you. I'll let you know. He was like, you sure that'll work? I was like, yeah, just let me know when y'all do it. A couple of days or weeks or whatever go by. I'm asking. They ain't never do it. So one day I'm sitting in the bed. It's kind of raining outside. My phone rang. And he was like, man, you need to get up. He said, you need to go with us. He was like, this is the perfect time because whatever was going on, I guess they was aware of whatever. He was like, but my brother, who's the other guy who's supposed to pick up the safe, he was like, he ain't answering his phone. I think his phone dead or he with that girl or whatever. He was like, we need you to be the 4th person. I already know the plan. But I had been telling my homeboys about it as far as how they told me, but I don't know where it's at. I don't know. I just know how they explained it. Mm-hmm. So they drive to the house and get me. I call my homeboys and tell them, y'all go to the house because my plan initially was y'all rob us when we get back with the safe.
Right.
So they pick me up. They don't know I got a gun. We drive to the house. When we get to the house, this house is 5-6 minutes from where I live. Nice neighborhood. We literally bagged in the driveway. And I was like, I've been robbing the wrong way. Like, this is crazy. They bagged in, no mask, no gloves, no nothing. They stepped out of the car and they was like, come on. I'm like, this is crazy. So I got out. I walk in the house with them. Nice house. I'm talking about Corvette. They got all kind of stuff. We walk in, door unlocked. Guy went over, closed the door up on the lady. She watching Young and the Restless. We turned right there, boom, open the door, safe. Move the blankets. I was like, this that easy? So we been down. At that point, my mind racing. Like, how do I gotta, like, what? We been down and picked the safe up, and I said it was too heavy. I said, put it down. I said, it's too heavy. I said, we can't get that. It's too heavy. Y'all, you have to go get your brother. He was like, nah, boy, I'm telling you, we got it. I said, no. I said, if we picked it up and drop it, she hear it, police doing it, we doing too. I said, just go get your brother. We'll come right back. He was like, all right. So we covered it back up, closed the door. As we walking out, I'm texting my homeboys, don't do, when we pull up, y'all be over here at the basketball court, let them pull off, pick me up, they were like, all right, cool. They drive me back to my mama's house. I get out, they pull off, I waved them off. When they pulled off, my homeboys pulled up in the truck. Before they even stopped, I jumped in the back of the truck, put my hand on the window, opened the window. He was like, where we going? I said, turn his way. I said, when we get there, me and you, we going to pick up the safe. You go in, you watch this woman. She going to be over at this door. You sit in the truck. And as I'm driving, I'm explaining all this. We drive the back end the same way they did. That they were comfortable, we comfortable. We good. we we back in this driveway, get out, walk in, same plan. But this time, my little cousin, he see the keys. They had I don't think it was a Harley. It was some kind of motorcycle they had. He grabbed the keys. He was like, man, I said, no, that ain't what we here for. That ain't what we here for. Put that down. Leave that alone. We go. He watched the lady. We been in the corner, picked the safe up, put it in the truck, pulled off, put it in the house. I told them to drive back around to the basketball court. I sit there, waited a couple of minutes. They called me. We finna come back. We finna pick you up. We got my brother. That what's up. Cool. I'm going back a third time. They called me. They were like, come outside. So I come out. I come running. Gun on me. I'm knowing ain't none of them got a gun. I get in the car. We drive down the street. Go back over there. They back in again. We go in the house, but what we forgot to do was close the door, the closet door where the safe was at. So we go in. The brother, he kind of cocky. He walk in and he go over by the door and then he turned the corner of the closet. He turned around. He was like, why would y'all left the closet door open? Like, what are y'all doing? But he walking closer. And by the time he see the safe gone, he said, he kind of started looking. And they were like, what? He was like, the safe is gone. And he started going off. I upped the gun on everybody. Don't nobody move in here. Don't nobody move. Don't nobody move until I get my cut. I don't know what y'all did with the safe, where it's at, or what you got going on.
Pulling. What do y'all got pulling?
Quit playing with me. And everybody ducking and no, boo, I promise. I said, nah, y'all don't know what y'all think this is. So I'm kind of going off and waving the gun at everybody, and we kind of calmed down. They were like,
this woman's in the next room.
She there. They said she could barely see and barely hear. I guess they told the truth. So we ended up leaving. Getting in the car. We arguing in the car. I got the gun out the whole time. They take me back to my mama's house. They pull off saying we finna find out who done it. I had my homeboys to pull up. They pull up. We trying to crack it open. We couldn't get it open. One of my homeboys was on probation. Well, he was my cousin was on probation, the one who owned the truck, his daddy's truck. He had to go see his probation officer, and one of my other homeboy, he wanted to ride with him to the probation officer. I said, that was so cool. So he leave, and there's only two of us. My brother upstairs, my daughter upstairs. We cracked the safe open, just enough for me to get my hand in it. And it was a little box. I unhooked the box, reach in the box, just enough to grab a little bit. And I pulled out all $100 bills. I pulled out about $30,000, all hundreds. It scared me. I just dropped it. I just looked at the money. And I looked at my cousin. We both was like, I think we both felt like we in trouble. More so than we rich. I think we were like, somebody come looking for this. And then, so I ran upstairs. I went and got my brother. I was like, come downstairs. He was a big time drug dealer at the time. So we come downstairs and he see the money. He was like, what you done did? I was like, he grabbed the money. When he grabbed the money, my little cousin pulled a gun out on my brother. He was like, nah, you put that down. I said, whoa, hold on. He was like, nah, he didn't go with us. He ain't getting nothing. He was like, man, and my brother threw the money up in the air. He was like, we rich. So we ended up getting all the money out. It's $125,000 cash, all hundreds. And they had a bunch of coins, like with blue books in them, like you can unfold them, and these coins would tell you the value. We didn't know what they were. We threw them away. I'm talking about stacks like this. Jars, Buffalo. I didn't know what Buffalo coins was. I'm talking about thousands of coins, thousands and thousands and thousands of coins. We just took it and threw it away. And then years later, they was like, them coins, and I can remember seeing the value of them coins. I remember it. I just was like, man, we ain't gonna do. We don't want no coins. We want the money. We threw all the coins away. And I ended up giving my brother majority. I gave my brother 60. I took 40. Gave my little cousin 20. And then when they came, we told them it was only like 30, 40, and we gave them like $2,500 a piece. And then it and then it came out in the news. It came out in the newspaper how much money it was, and people started wearing T-shirts and saying that they was gonna give me. It started floating around that my name, that I done it, but the 4 white guys ended up getting charged, and they started telling them it was me.
They got charged for what? They didn't. I mean, for burglary, but they didn't steal anything or entering a.
They still paying their money back to this day.
Oh my God!
True story. True story. Well, I talked to one of them, but I'll tell you what, man, I ran across one of them when I came home and had a job, and I didn't know he worked there until I was there for about 2-3 weeks. We ran across each other. We were driving a college cherry picker, and I seen him. He seen me, and you could feel the tension. And somebody ended up saying something to him. And I was like, man, tell him I want to talk to him, because I don't know where your mind is. Like, and we ended up talking, and he jumped off the machine. He walked up to me, put his finger in my face. He said, man, I want to off you for a long time. He was like, but I understand. He was like, I was just another pawn in your chess game. And we had a conversation. He was like, I'm over it. He was like, but I don't even want nobody to know I got a job. He was like, bro, we still paying their money back. He was like, because of the entrance. When you ain't paying, it's because of the interest, collecting interest or whatever the case may be. But yeah, man, they tried to tell the police that it was me. I went down there and talked to the police willingly 3 times. I went down there.
What'd you just say?
In the car that I bought with the coat I had on. The first time I went there
with the money
in my pocket.
Right.
Well, the first time I went in there, the detective told me, he said, I'm only just following up on all leads. He said, I don't believe you got it. He's like, it's impossible for you to have it. He was like, you don't know where they live. You don't know what time. You don't know what it's safe would be. You don't have no connection with the friends. How would you even know any of this information? He said, and we know they know because they was stealing them guns and selling them. Mm-hmm. He told me the whole case.
Oh, okay. So that's really what linked them, because of the guns.
Right.
So they just threw that out. Nothing. What are they going to say? We've already sold this many guns. You got us on. Oh yeah, and the safe. Mm-hmm. Oh no, we did this, but not that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so we went back and forth, and he was like, "You can go." That was the first time. Second time we went, it was a little pressure, because he was like, they insisting that they called you that day and some text messages that day and this and that. I was like, man, ain't nobody. I don't know nothing about none of that. I'm thinking he trying to scare me, because I only text him that morning. That was the only time we ever text. Other than that, there wasn't no phone connection to me. So when I left, I was kind of wary. But I didn't even tell the other people that was with me that I had been going down there to talk to the police. Because if I had to, I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna throw everybody under the bus. That's the truth. I was holding all the cards.
Yeah.
if I got, but the third time I went, he called me. He was like, I need you to come down here again. So I went down there. He told me, he was like, we're about to get the message. He was like, is there anything you want to tell me? I said, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I said, all I know is I was sitting in school suspension. I said, the guy name, I said, he came up to me and told me that they was finna get this safe and they was gonna give me $20,000 a piece. All I know is that all this stuff done broke out. My name is in it. I saw it in the newspaper and I still ain't got my money. That's all I know. That's all I know. And he was like, and I believe you. And I said, I'm good to go? He was like, yeah, that's it.
He's already got his guys. They're already rolling over on each other left and right.
And I walked out and he called me one last time. I was in my mama's house. He called me. He was like, Joe, he was like, he was like, I know you done been down here a few times without, I was like, you do know I'm 17, right? He was like, yeah. I was like, I've been down there 3 times without my mama. I said, I done told my mama. I said, my mama said next time I come down there, she gonna file a lawsuit. Never heard from him again. It was over. It was over with. It was done. It was done. But like I said, I was out.
So after that, you got the
attempted murder.
Attempted murder. Mm-hmm. You did how many months?
The year.
A year?
I did the year. Yeah, the first time I did 5 months, 5 days. Second time I did 10 months. Second time I did a year on the nose. I got locked up November 16, 2005. Got out November 16, 2006.
Okay.
2007, July 27th, I got arrested for special aggravated robbery, special aggravated kidnapping, first degree premeditated murder, and 3 counts of felony murder.
Well, what happened there?
This a tough one. This one are hard to talk. This one kind of hard to talk about. A lot of them stories, you know, I was a kid. This one right here kind of sensitive.
Why? Because you were an adult, you knew better.
Nah.
By this point.
Nah, somebody lost their life, man, and
Right.
somebody lost their life, and at the time, I understand. But at the time, that's just how we was living.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to be real, it took me probably 2.5 years to even realize what had really happened. But this situation, man, I was living in Clarksville at the time. I was really good. I ended up getting a call from one of my friends.
Clarksville, Tennessee?
Clarksville, Tennessee.
Okay.
It's about 45 minutes from Springfield. And when my friends called...
Sorry,
go ahead.
How old were you?
18. This is after, I'm 18.
This is after you got out of prison?
Yeah. Now, jail. This is before I go to prison.
Okay.
Jail. So, I'm 18, 19. Yeah, I'm 18 going on 19, I believe. And so he called me. He gets into it with this guy at the car wash. We call it the car wash. And they get into it about a girl, I think. He trying to pew somebody, and the bullet hit the ground, ricocheted, and hit a girl in the neck. She lived. So he's on the run for attempted murder. He called me asking me for a place. Can he come and stay with me while I'm in Clarksville? Because it ain't it ain't where we from. So I'm like, yeah, you can come. So he come, few days go by. He can't hustle, he can't get no money. He thinking about lawyer, he thinking about bond, thinking about what he gonna do as far as if he get locked up. So he was like, man, would you go down there and hit a lick with me? Basically, would I go down there? That's what I did. Other than selling work here and there, I robbed. So I was like, yeah, I'm with that. I'm cool. Yeah, we can go down there and do that. He was like, who? I was like, I don't know. I was like, let me call. So I called my cousin, who's locked up now. Matter of fact, all the guys I got in trouble with, all of them locked up right now. I called my cousin, I asked him, he was like, he say the guy name, he was like, he's sitting under the tree. And when you're under the tree, basically in the project, that's basically where everybody hustle at. I'm like, cool, that's what we'll do. And he was like, bet. I was like, just keep an eye and we're gonna come down there. So as we driving down, gun in the car, I'm driving here in the passenger seat. I ain't got no license. Police get behind us in this little city called Coopertown. We call them Cooper Troopers because it's hard to go through there and not get pulled over. The police hit the lights. They behind us. I'm thinking we finna get pulled over. I asked my homeboy, I'm like, do you want me to smash, run it? He was like, nah. He was like, just pull over. He was like, if they get me, he was like, I'm gonna just go and go to jail. I'm thinking, cool. So I pull over. The police go around us and keep going. And I was like, dang. So we drive to town. When we get there, I pick up my cousin. He showed me where the guy was at. We picked up another guy. We ended up switching cars at one point, switching cars again. And we ended up coming up with this plan that we was going, where he's at, his car's on this side. So we saying we're gonna drop off one. This guy gonna drive this car. We gonna grab him and we gonna go to his house because we don't know. He probably ain't got a lot of, we thinking we want everything.
Right.
So we do that. We end up getting out of the car, kidnapping, drive to his house. We get to his house. Bravest guy I think I'll ever see in my life.
The guy you grabbed?
Yes. When we standing there, he told us, he said, I'm not taking y'all in my house. He said, my kids is in there. He looked the other guy that grabbed him. He was like, I'm not taking y'all in there. My kids is in there. At the time, I don't know. I do believe he believed that, but at the time, I think he also realized we didn't know which one he lived in too. He was aware. Because we had the keys, but we didn't know which one.
Right.
So when he said that, he turned to walk off. And when he turned to walk off, my homeboy grabbed him on his shoulder, turned around, and he shot. He didn't know where he shot. He tried to shoot him in his leg. He ended up shooting him in his torso. So when he shot him in the torso, he get down on the ground. Everybody takes out running. We get in the car. We pull out. We don't know what happened till the next morning. And I heard my homeboy walking through the hallway, and he said, I didn't kill nobody. So when he said that, I rose up. He in the bathroom. I go downstairs. My little cousin is down there. I said, what's going on? He said he didn't make it. I said, y'all got to leave. I end up driving them back home. I don't drive the guy who pulled the trigger all the way home. I drive him halfway. He had somebody come pick him up. He wouldn't have turned himself in for the attempted.
Right.
As we driving back home, the police called my phone. The same detective that always called me. We had a love-hate relationship. He tell me I would get back to that. I answered the phone. He was like, I need you to come down here and talk to me. I said, about what? He said, I think you know what it's about. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, am I under arrest for something? He was like, no, not yet. I said, ain't nothing to talk about. I get out the phone. When I hang up the phone, go ahead.
How are they connecting you to this?
I don't know how they did it that fast.
Maybe somebody saw you guys grab him?
Somebody saw the car.
Okay.
I to this day, I don't have a clue how our names. I take it back. The girl that got hit, the guy that he was into it with, I think rumors were already connecting his name to things, and maybe his name came up and that happened that night, and I don't know. But this guy just recently told me, I never knew this until maybe 2 months ago. He thought that he was supposed to be the one that we were coming to get, because I'm related to the guy he was trying to shoot the night when the girl, and he thought we were coming to get. So I don't know if it inspired from, oh, they were supposed to come and get me, but it ended up being, I don't know. But so when I hang up with the detective, he called my cousin's phone while he in the car with me. And I'm looking over at him, and I'm trying to read his body language to kind of see where he at with everything. And he get out the phone. I was like, what'd he say? He was like, he want me to come down there and talk to him. I said, we can't do that. To go to Clarksville, you have to pass my mama's house. So we had stopped that night after it happened and put the guns in a car that my mama wasn't using no more. I didn't know she had already found the guns and got rid of them. So by the time the police had called both of us, my mama started calling me, asking me what was going on. And I was like, ain't nothing going on. I was like, I talked to quit calling me on his phone. And she just kept calling. I was like, I'll talk to you when I get there. I'm not knowing, because this we double keying the guy in the car with me. I'm not knowing my mama done went to his mama's house. So when I drop him off, his mama takes him to the police department. I'm at my mama's house in the backyard on a swing she had. So an hour go by, I call. I'm like, what's going on? And she was like, he's still back there being interrogated. I said, tell his mama to go back here and get him. Quit talking. She was like, why? If y'all ain't had nothing to do with it, then he cool. I said, he been back there too long. She hang up. She like, quick, don't call me back. She hang up. 2 hours go by. I call again. What's going on? She said, he's still back there. I said, this ain't. I said, go get him. Go back there and get him. She was like, no, I'm not. If y'all ain't had nothing to do, why you so worried about it? I said, you need to go back there and stop it. Tell her to go back there. She hang up. 3 hours went by. He's still back there. 3.5. They finally called. We're on our way home. I said, all right. Because she asked me to come down there. I don't have nothing to say to them. They pulled up to the house. I got a gun on me. My mom.
So he did come out.
He did come out.
Okay.
He didn't get arrested.
Good sign.
Yeah, sure was. so we thought. But he come out. They come to the house. My mama had a red Contour at the time. They pull in. I'm sitting in the swing, so they pull in front of me. My mama's on the passenger. His mama driving. He gets out of. His mama on the passenger. My mama driving. He gets out behind the passenger door. So he right in front of me when he opened the door. And when he opened the door, I said, what you tell him? And he was like, I ain't telling nothing. I said, let's walk to the store. His mama said, all y'all going to jail? I said, I ain't going nowhere. I said, let's walk to the store, cuz. And she was like, he ain't going nowhere with you. I said, he ain't got no choice. And my mama said, boo. I said, nah, I just want to go to the store and talk. So we walk across the street to the store, and I'm conflicted, just like you just said. That's a good sign.
Right.
I'm thinking he in here 3.5 hours on a murder, kidnapping, and robbery. If you said anything that incriminated you, if you said anything and you was there, ain't no way you standing in front of me. Ain't no way. So I asked him, I said, what did you tell him? What was you down there doing for 3.5 hours? He said, and his first response was, I didn't tell him nothing about you. And I believe him because the police ain't came and got me yet.
Right.
And I was like, well, what did you tell him? He said, I blamed it all on the shooter.
Right.
And I said, so you say you was there? He was like, they said they ain't worried about me. They said they want the gunman. I said, so you told them He said, cuz I didn't tell them nothing about you.
The shooter's going to.
I said, I was like, ain't no way you, he said, I'm telling you, he said, you need to go down there and do the same thing. He said, they all they were saying was they wanted to shoot. He said, they even called the DA. I said, why you was in there? He said, they just want the shooter. I was like, all right. This was July 24th when it happened. July 27th. Hold on. June 24th when it happened. July 27th is when they came to get me. I'm thinking.
You never went down?
No.
Okay.
Never got arrested. Never went and talked. Nothing. And the guy that I'm telling you about that went down there and talked first started going with my ex-girlfriend. So I'm driving down the street one day. Yeah.
Well, he's got a death wish, doesn't he?
Listen,
I mean,
listen,
he's just one bad decision after another.
Listen, it get worse.
You don't seem to take kindly to people dating your ex-girlfriend.
Man, listen, he was just doing so much. It was so weird because I'm like, that was June 24th. It's a month and a half almost. Like, they ain't called me. So I'm trying to talk. He ain't answering. His girl, my ex, telling him not to talk to me and all this. And I'm like, I'm so confused. So I went and hired a lawyer out of Hendersonville named Bo Taylor. And Bo Taylor was the lawyer to the 4 white guys on the $125,000 case.
Okay.
I go in there and hire him, not knowing that at the time.
That's a conflict of interest, isn't it?
I pay him in $100 bills.
Okay. from the safe?
Listen, not from the safe, but I paid him in $100 bills. Comes out later, he took offense to it and went and told them that I was trying to run. I told him to file a motion for me to go to job court, but he goes and tells the DA all kinds of craziness and basically was going to help them get to me. So the day he done filed these motions and told them that he done filed these motions for me to go to job course. He calls me to see if I'm in my mama's house, telling me I'm gonna come and get you, so we can go to court. I'm like, cool, you pull up and come get me. I ain't like me and like, Bo cool, like everybody. Bo defend, he lawyers for dope boys, like Bo name ring. Like, you want to pull up and come get me? It's cool, Bo, we can do that. So by that time, then the police called my mama's house phone. I'm sitting in the room. She come and knock on the door, cover the phone, and say, police on the phone. So when she say that, my spider sense is saying, they here. They trying to make sure I'm in the house. They would have called my phone. So I grab the phone at the same time. I look out of the blinds and I see an unmarked car. No patrol cars. I said, oh, they going to try to do it to me. If I try to run, they going to try to hit me this time. So I go out the back door to see if there's any police in the back. No police in the back. So I'm like, hello? And he was like, Joe, I think you need to come down there and talk to me. I was like, about what? He was like, you know what it's about? I was like, no, I don't. He was like, yeah, you know what it's about. I said, am I under arrest? He was like, no, not yet. And I was like, well, I'm not coming down there. I hang up because I'm debating if I'm going to run. I called my other homeboy that drove the car, the other car. Mm-hmm. I called him. I said, had the police been in your house? He was like, no, why? I said, the police is in my house. And he got quiet. It was awkward. I said, what's up, bro? He said, you need to go down there and talk to him. I said, for what? He paused again. He said, they just left my house. He said, I told them everything.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. This isn't the shooter.
No.
Where's the shooter?
Is in jail on the attempted murder. He turned himself in.
Oh, he turned himself in. Oh, yeah. That's right. You said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he turned himself in. Yeah, he turned himself in.
He turned himself in on the
attempted murder.
On the attempt.
Yeah, he ain't been charged yet. He don't know what's going on.
All this is happening. He hasn't been even spoken to. They're trying to build a whole case.
Yep, he don't got a clue. And so when he was like, they just left my house, he said, I just told them everything. He said, they just want you to tell them. He said the same thing. They just want the shooter. I said, why you didn't call and tell me?
He tried to tell you the first time to go down. He's been trying to.
This was the second dude.
Oh, this is
Not
the
the cousin.
driver.
This is the driver to the other car.
All right.
It's 4 of us.
Bro, this is complicated.
The shooter locked up.
Yeah.
My cousin, the one that was driving, that was at the house when he said, I ain't killed nobody. He was downstairs. Then the other guy who was on the other street that drove the car and followed us.
Okay.
It's 4 of us.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, my bad.
Is this me? Is it that? I mean, it's a little complicated.
Because I ain't saying names. That's why. Because I'm saying my homeboy is identifying everybody.
But
Okay.
I picked up on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm a little slow.
Okay.
I'm
No, you good. You good. You ain't slow it out. But so when he say that, I hang up the phone and I walk in the house and I'm like, do I want to run or not? By that time, I'm in my room and I'm thinking, and I hear boom, boom, boom. I knew they was in the house. And they knocking on the door, boom, 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 boom. So I opened the door, saw rifles in my face. They grabbed me. My mom's standing right there. I looked up at the barrel of the rifle, and he was like, "You under arrest." He read the charges: special aggravated robbery, special aggravated kidnapping, first degree premeditated murder, 3 counts of felony murder. And I said, "You ain't got nothing." He said, "You about to find out." They pick me up. They call a patrol car. Then they take me down to the police department. I get down there. I'm down here 3 hours. When I first get there, I ain't doing no talking at all. I don't want to talk to nobody. Only reason I'm at home is because I have a lawyer. I'm supposed to be at court. So I'm telling them off the top, call Bo. By the 3rd time I say this, they tell me we already talked to Bo. We probably about 30, 40 minutes in. They tell me they already talked to my lawyer. I'm like, they were like, yeah, we talked to Bo. You want to call him? I'm like, yeah, we'll call him. They call my lawyer right there in the interrogation room on speaker. No audio running, no visual running, nothing. They called Bo. Bo said, Joe, everything gonna be all right. They just want the shooter. Go ahead and talk. I'll be down there in a second. I hang up. My lawyer say this. I looked and I was like, that was weird. And my lawyer telling me this. So I started giving them all kind of crazy stories, never implicating myself. And at that point, they were like, nah. Every time they typing as I'm talking, never incriminating me. Everything I'm saying is around. And every time they would, nope, that ain't it. They would throw it away. Boom, it ain't nothing. Nope, that ain't it. That ain't it. Until I said I had the AK-47, they was like, oh, this the one. You can sign this. Boom, I signed it. I go to the county. When I get to the county, they put me in the same unit where he at for the attempted murder. Then I found out he had been charged that morning while they was coming to charge me. They charged him too. They put me in a cell with this guy. I can't remember his name. But as soon as I go in, I tell him, he introduces himself and I tell him my name. I'm like, I'm Boo. And his eyes got big. He was like, Boo Baker? And I'm like, yeah. He was like, man. And he started saying my case. He started saying facts about the situation. I took my hand and covered up the mic. I said, who told you that? Because at this point, you could easily say I told you this because what he was saying was true.
Right.
And I was like, who told you this? He was like, your child partner down there doing story time every night. What? He was like, yeah, he be down there telling us. I said, oh, no. I said, you can't be in the cell with me. Like, can't nobody be in the cell with me to know any kind of information like that to tell the DA that I told him, man. That ain't gonna happen. I said, so when we go out for Rick, I said, I'm not coming back in the cell. And just they call Rick. I go down there and talk to this dude, man, and I'm like, man, what is you doing? He was like, man, we're gonna be all right, we cool. And the look in his eye just made me feel like he was cool with me being there. I said, man, you act like you happy I'm here. And his response was, after all you done got away, boo, you should have been down here. That's what he told me. I said, I'm finna play crazy. He was like, that ain't gonna work. I said, well, we're about to find out. And when they told us to go back in the cell, I started playing crazy. I said, I ain't going back in the cell. So they ended up taking me to the observation cell where this happened.
Oh, you were in the observation cell?
Not when this happened. This is how I ended up getting to the observation cell.
Okay.
They moved me from W to B. And then when they moved me to B, I tricked them into bringing me a razor, and then this happened.
Okay.
After this happened, this isn't a real attempt. This is No. After this happened, they take me to the observation cell, which is where intake is at, which is where I caught the escape on the murder case.
Okay.
As I'm in intake, I could see the control buttons because it's clear, it's open. I can see, I can hear. It's 2 doors you got to go through. There's just push doors, and then you got the door that they got to hit the button for. You go in, they're supposed to close, security, you know. Then the other door opens so you can go out.
To Sally Port.
So I'm peeping. All of this is what's going on. And, of course, they done called mobile crisis, so they got me taking medication, all this old stuff. So I'm trying to figure out how to pull this off. And just so happened, I'm flooding my cell a lot. I'm acting a fool or I'm kicking the door. And there was a lady, I can say her name, we got Miss Huberry. Miss Huberry used to let me out of the cell basically to keep me calm. So she let me out of the cell and I'm cleaning one day. And as I'm cleaning, a guy comes in and she was like, you got to go back in the cell. Let me get him processed in. I'm going to let you back out. But when she closed the door, she didn't lock it. She just pushed it up. She was like, I'm going to let you back out. And she walked off. And my thought was, cut the lights off, lay down, act like you sleep. So I did just that. Boom, cut the lights off. I lay down. I'm chilling. After that, after she got him processed in, and I'm laying there, the med call happened. So the med cart coming around, I hear it, but I ain't thinking, because I'm thinking she comes around, she goes and the door's unlocked, and she goes off immediately. Who left Baker's door unlocked? Everybody knows he's a flight risk, he's a high risk inmate, all this and that. And she just goes crazy. And they was like, it's a mistake. We was gonna let him back out. He was cleaning, whatever. She was like, nah, y'all can't do this with Baker. So she ended up locking the door, and I'm thinking, dang, I'll never get that opportunity again. 2-3 days go by. I flood the cell. And as I'm flooding the cell, the captain of the jail at the time is my cousin. So
First of all, do you know what flooding the cell is?
It's what you stuff the sink or the toilet with paper, and then what? The only reason I know that is because we never posted this video. You and Boziak were reviewing the Mr. Beast Locked in Jail, and someone in that video was doing that, and you and Boziak were like, "Yeah,
okay.
he's been in jail before." Yeah,
that's funny. Yeah. So I'm flooding the cell. They don't know I'm flooding it, because what I did was I clogged the door.
Yeah.
And I just flooded and let it get up, and then I moved it and let it just yeah. So when all the water came out, the two lady officers, they looking over at me, and then the guy officer, he mad. He come over, he unlocks the door. He basically was ready to fight me at the time. You know the thing, they got the chair. They lock you up in the chair. They put the mask on you. He was like, are you going in the chair? And I was like, man, I ain't going in the chair. He was like, are you going in the chair? And I was like, you know what, cool, I'll go in the chair. So they put one handcuff on me. And when he put me on, I was like, nah, if he put me in that chair, they're going to leave me in there for hours this time. Because they done did it before. I was like, I ain't doing that, not tonight. And I was like, man, get out of me. I was like, I ain't going in the chair. And when I yanked away, he took it, that's almost basically assault on the officer.
Right.
Yeah, when I yanked away, he was like, oh, so what he kind of grabbed, and it's water. So we kind of tussling, he slips in the water in the boots, he goes down. When he go down, the other person, I kind of because I go down with him and I pushed off his chest and I raised up. The other officer, we getting ready to go at it. My cousin come through the door, he getting up off the ground, he getting ready to punch me. And my cousin said, if you hit him, I'm walking you right out of here. And I turned, I started laughing and I said, yeah, what you gonna do? And I still got the cuff hanging off of me. And I was like, tell him take this off of me, cuz. He was like, what's going on? And I was like, man, they trying to put me in the chair. I was like, he was like, no, why is all this water in here? Like, you trying to blame my officers? He was like, sit down. And then he told me to sit down and he leaned in. He said, you know what? You full of more than a turkey on Thanksgiving, cuz. He said, what you trying to do? I said, I ain't trying to do nothing. I said, what you think I'm trying to do? You think I'm trying to run? He was like, I don't know. Are you? I said, I tell you what. I said, your officers done tried to let me out of here before. I said, next time they try to let me out of here, I'm going to run. And I was lying it down. I said, next time they tell me I can go, I said, I'm going to leave. And he said, if I get a call and they tell me you're going, I'm going to fire that entire shift. I said, all right. He said, I'm telling you, watch and see what I tell you. 2 days went by. It might even been 2 days. I was out cleaning. She let me out to clean. A guy come in. And as soon as he came in, I ain't going in no holding cell. I'm about to make bond. My people followed us up here. My people outside right now. And she told me, she said, step in the cell. Let me get him processed in. I'm going to let you back out. She closed the door the exact same thing. I turned the light off, took my clothes off, laid down. By this time, I'm watching him do all this yelling. I'm knowing his people out here because the ladies kept saying, they out here, you want me to buzz them in? And she was like, yeah, you can let them in. So by that time, I hear the cart. I raised up. Soon as she hit the corner, I said, I don't need my meds, I'm good. She was like, you sure? I said, yeah, I don't want them. And she turned around. And when I laid back down. By the time that shift left and third shift came in, I guess they went around the corner. They were checking. I lift my hands under the door and barely pushed it. Made sure, and I closed it back up. And I just sit there. And by the time they went, he was getting ready to come out. I heard her call his name. They went, opened the door. When he came up, he said, man, I told y'all I was making bond. I'm hoping it was somebody I knew so I can kind of tell him, look, I'm finna bust a move, get out the way. But by that time, I heard the guy say, the woman say, you want me to buzz him in? It's a guy sitting and 2 women in the cage. He said, yeah, go ahead and buzz them in. And I heard, I knew it was one door. And she buzzed them both. And I rose up. I thought I was tripping. And I looked out the door and I was kind of looking around and they all turned and saw me because I get my shadow, it's dark. They seen me standing in the door. They all turned, waved, and he was talking crazy. And I was like, she buzzed both of them doors. I know I ain't tripping. And I just barely tapped the door. Boom. The door swung open. The door swing this way, so I got to come out, push the door, go, and then. So the door swing, the guy turned around. Like everything started moving in slow motion. Like he turned, they turned, his lips, he said, I was gone. I came through the door, boom, boom. By the time I came out the door and getting ready to go to the door outside, whoever his people was, she's like, oh my God. I pushed her out the way and took out running downhill. I started tumbling and I bounced up. And when I bounced up, I turned around and the officer who was sitting there and told them to buzz me in, he was standing at the top of the hill. He said the same thing every person who ever chased me said, Joe, don't do it. It's over, sir. Your job is gone. I turned around and ran across the street. It's a neighborhood over called Indian Hills when my homeboys lived over. But I didn't go straight there. It was a car, another one he was more so in my brother's, him and my brother was cool, but his car door was unlocked. I got in the car and laid down in the dashboard for probably 2-3 hours until I seen the sun start coming up. By the time the sun started coming up, I rose up a little bit, got out of the car, ran to the house. I knew where my homeboy kept the key at. I went in, took a shower, brushed my teeth with his toothbrush, washed my face, got on the outfit, and I just laid in his bed. I just laid down and I was like, what am I about to do? I still couldn't even believe that it happened. I got the newspaper clipping too. And he did exactly what he said. He fired them all.
What happened when your buddy came home? Did he come home and you were in this?
No. I ended up, as I'm in the house, they don't know I'm in here. I don't know the police has already been there and searched. Neither.
Oh, okay.
Came there looking for me. So when I come out of the house, I can go up the driveway and his little brother room is upstairs. So I'm coming out of the house, they not knowing I'm in, and I knock on his window outside of the house. And somebody kept looking out of the blinds and I'm like, come downstairs. So I did that 3 times and I'm going back in the house. They don't know I'm in here, so they thinking. So by the 3rd time, I'm like, why they ain't come downstairs? So at this point, I'm like, this what's up. I go up the steps in the house, and the door to go in the living room, it was locked. I tapped on the door. And his daddy, he was like, who is that? I said, man, it's Boo. He was like, well, I don't know how you got in here. He said, he said, you can't stay. He said, you got to go. He said, they already done came over here and searched, and he was on papers at the time for a murder charge, the guy. Right. And and he was like, he can't stay. But by that time they unlocked the door. I'm looking around and I'm wondering, where's the little brother that I kept telling come down and unlock the door? My ex-girlfriend come from around the corner. That's who was looking out the window.
Oh, okay.
The little brother ain't even there. I said, what? I said, I need a ride. Somebody take me to New Mexico, which is where my cousin Jeffrey lived. I can say his name. And she was like, I'll take him. She ended up taking me. And we went and picked up my little cousin, the little brother, and the brother that you asking me. We picked up both of them. And we was riding. They was asking me what I was going to do or whatever. And I ended up going to Clarksville. And when I got to Clarksville, I'm sitting on the back patio with this girl I know. Her brother pulls up. He know me too. Everybody knew we had been on the newspaper, everything. He pulled up, he walked up the stairs and he jumped and he was like, I said, I made bond. What he said he said it was a $500,000 bond. I said I had a bond reduction here and they dropped mine. He was like, and what about? I said they ain't dropped it. I said they dropped mine. He was like, oh, okay. And he was like, you hungry? I'm thinking ready to cook. I'm like, nah, I'm straight. I ain't got no appetite. He go in the house. He ain't in there 15, 20 seconds. I'm breaking news for the escape. He come right back out. He said, boo. I looked. He said, I thought you.
Yeah.
I said, He was like, but you good. And he was like, you sure you ain't home? I said, nah. I said, I ain't home. I said, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm gonna go to Virginia in the morning. He was like, all right, cool. He was like, you can go in there and lay down. I went in there, laid down. Next thing you know, the little brother shook me. By the time I raised up, he was at the bedroom door. He said, boo. He said, I'm sorry. He said, they got the house surrounded. And he ran, and he took out running. I'm already thinking, I said, they must knew he had, once he out of the house, anybody else is going to be an issue. So I got up, and I'm sitting. As soon as I heard the door close, boom, the detective got on the bullhorn. He said, Baker, we know you're in the house. We don't want you hurt. We don't want nobody else to get hurt. We just want you to come out of the house. The phone ringing at the time. I'm thinking it's got to be them. So I wait for it to stop ringing. I get on the phone. I call my family because I'm basically about to go ahead and make them do it to me. I'm like, this is life in prison. Like, I'll never see daylight again. It's just not gonna happen. So I'm crawling around the house, and for some reason I'm still psyched out in my mind, thinking maybe I can escape this too. I ain't knowing the nature of really what's going on outside. So I take my hands and put them under the blinds so they can see my hands, and then I put my head under the blind because I'm trying to see. News Channel 4, News Channel Fox is out here. They got mobile crisis. They got helicopters. There's police everywhere, and I'm like, it's over. Like, ain't no way I'm getting out of this. His mama, the girl mama at the house, took Seroquel. I had never took Seroquel at the time, but I knew people in jail who had took Seroquel to go to sleep. So I was like, man, I'm just going to take a bunch of Seroquel. By the time they do come in here and get me, I'll be asleep. I'll go and wake up and realize I'm in jail. So, but it's cool. But so I crawl in there and I take some Seroquel. Of course, I go back and forth with the officer, and then I'm thinking I need to see the back part of the house. So when he called me on the phone, I was like, I'm thirsty. He was like, he was like, you can go to the back. He was like, the blinds is open. He was like, you can go in the refrigerator. I'll make sure I tell nobody not to shoot. I was like, cool. So I open the refrigerator, grab a root beer or RC, and he was like, now look to your left. And I looked, and he was standing there with the bullhorn. He waved, and he told me his name and this and that. And he was like, I really don't want you to get hurt. He was like, but we can't do this all day. And I was like, I'm going to make another call. And I called my girlfriend at the time who was in Virginia where I was going to try to go. And I told her what I was about to make them do. And I guess I don't know, I guess they got the call and they called the person back that I called. And then they called me on three-way with her. Mm-hmm. And she was just telling me how selfish it was, and I had a daughter, and she basically talked me down. And at that point, they was like, just get out on the ground, we're going to come in. And I was like, cool. So I lay down. Next thing, I don't know what they threw in there. I don't know if it was a flash bomb or what. Like, they came in, and it was insane. It was movie. And they picked me up, hogtied me, carried me out. And when they carried me out, they threw me down on the ground. And then they threw the flash bomb. They threw the flash bomb in there because I remember thinking, who paying for these people's damages? Like, why are you throwing bombs at these people's house? But then by the time they went in and wasn't nobody in there, they got me and they walked me to the police car, and the police reporters were running up to the car, like putting the mic, like, how did you get out of the jail? How did you get out of the jail? And I was like, they let me out. By this time, I'm in the car. They drive me down. The serial killer already kicking in. I'm woozy. Now, I took 4 or 5 of them. I don't even know the milligram. And I had never been high, so I was out of it. So I'm getting out of, and I couldn't even walk. When they opened the door, I couldn't even walk. They was like, what's wrong? And I was scared. So I was like, they were like, did you take some? I'm like, yeah, I don't know what it was, but I know it was Seroquel. So they give me this little brown cup of whatever it is. You swallow it, make it throw up instantly. Oh. It's yeah. They gave me that. I took it because I was scared. I could barely walk. Like, they was carrying me. So I drank it. And I threw up 3 seconds. It was like everything on my stomach came up. So I'm sitting there. I know the charges, and I'm like, it's over. Like, this is it. And 2 detectives came. They came and they opened the cell, and they was like, you know what we're here for, don't you? I said, yeah, I know exactly why you're here. They were like, well, tell us who did it. I said, they getting in trouble? They was like, probably not.
Are they getting in trouble?
Yeah, but they ain't talking about the case. They talking about who let me out the jail.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So I'm like, they getting it. He was like, nah, they probably just gonna lose their job. They're not gonna get charged or nothing.
Yeah,
I said, well, if anybody gonna get charged, then if I can't get somebody in trouble with me right now, I'm trying to take whoever down at this point. Nah, I said, there's nobody let me out. I said, it was an honest slip up though. It really was.
Yeah.
It was an honest slip.
Not foolproof.
Yeah, it was an honest slip.
And you're waiting for the perfect, like that perfect moment.
Yeah.
May not have come. You just waited and waited. And you even let one opportunity slip.
Yeah, I did.
It was a perfect storm.
It really was, man. And I ended up. They put an emergency transfer on me. I was in prison before I got sentenced. They put me on what they call safekeeping. The 19th, well, where I'm from is called the 19th district. Didn't no jail want to hold me because of that situation. So they put emergency transfer on me and hold me as a maximum security inmate until my case was resolved.
Oh, that sucks.
I did 2 years and some change on max. But as I'm in there, I'm firing lawyers right after left because they trying to use that statement against me, the little bit that I did, incriminate myself. I'm telling them no. Like my lawyer, and they was like, I didn't have the receipt, and Bo Taylor wasn't. I guess they were telling me they were trying to get in touch with him, but I guess he wouldn't talk to him. And I ended up getting this lawyer named Jody Bell, Nashville, Tennessee, man. I still know that number by heart. 24411. Listen, that woman, man, I was wrong for what I did, most definitely. She came in, I told her what happened. When I was down there, I was like, I don't have the receipt. I was like, I ain't. She was like, you ain't gotta worry about that. Cause I told her, I said, he filed a motion for me to go to court. Like he was coming to get me. Mm-hmm. I said, what sense did it make? No video, no audio for me to be in a 3.5 hour interrogation and not ask for my lawyer that I just got out the phone with. I've been in trouble all of my life. She was like, I tell you what, don't worry, I'm gonna get my investigator on it. She went and got it. She said the first mistake is, she said, after they signed what I guess the affidavit to arrest me, she said they never should have questioned you anyway. You should have went straight to the jail. And she said, not only that, when they got that, they knew you had a lawyer and a court case pending, so they knew you had representation.
So they shouldn't have talked to you.
Mm-mm. She said they should have took you. She said the first thing they did was they proved what time they picked me up, what time they picked me up, and what time I got to the jail. She said there was a 3-hour gap. So she ended up talking to the police officer, the patrol car, and asking them, where did you take him? They didn't have it in the logbook, but he told them that he took me to the jail. Because how is it that you arrest me at 10 and I don't get to the jail till 4?
Right.
So she ended up getting that gap, and then she ended up, whatever happened with Bo Taylor, I don't know, he ended up telling him, but I thought she ended up telling me that he was going to lose his license at the bar. And before you knew it, it went from 22 years to 10-year sentence. And she was like, I could go in, and this is what she told me. Because we could have beat it. I could have walked free. I went to court. She came in, and I asked her, I said, well, none of my family there. I knew I was wrong. At this point, I understood not just that case, but everything I had done at that point. And I said, who? I said, is any of my, she said, no, well, they offered me 15. She said, right now they coming down to 15. I said, no, tell them I'll take an 8. Or was it 12? I said, tell them I'll take an 8. She went out there and he said 12. She came back and she said, I told them split the difference. We'll do 10. And then I asked her, I was like, man, it's my family out there. And she was like, no, ain't nobody out there. She was like, Joe, you need to take this. She was like, y'all got away. She was like, this is, to them, you won.
This is a win.
This is a win. And she was like, and she was like, you were there, you done it. She was like, take this 10, do that time, and do something with your life. And I signed it. Went in, and
how old were you?
Just turned 19.
It doesn't see. I feel like a year went by. It's been 3 days. No, but I mean, it's been a few months.
Yeah,
but it seems like
just turned 19. I just turned 19, and that's still just scratching the surface. As far as stories on the streets, and then getting to prison. My daddy was retired at the time as far as GD. but my daddy was what they call a 9 tray.
What does that mean?
It's basically the head
Right.
of the G's. And so by the time but he had retired at the time. So by the time I get there, I'm thinking that's some form of protection. That's some form. He was basically a made man. Like, I'm not finna have to go in with the kind of issues that most people probably worry about. I'm gonna kind of go in with Joe T, my daddy. And
Right. What is the charge that you?
Oh, they dropped it down. They what I signed for was which wasn't even a charge, which wasn't even a real charge. Is they charged me with attempt to commit robbery.
Okay.
Yeah, I got attempt to commit. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. Attempt to commit special aggravated robbery. I got 10 years, and then they gave me 1 year for the escape.
Okay.
And I went to trial on the escape. I tried to beat them. I did. They wouldn't bring the officers in. They said they couldn't get in touch with them and this and that. And I went to trial on it. They could have gave me 5 years for it, but when we split the difference, she said, if he do, they can give you I think the max because of my range was 2 years. And when she told me that, that's why I said, let's just go to trial. But when they gave me the 10, she said that they'll put the 1 on it and give you 11 years at 30%. And then I had already done 2 years and 3 months. So she was like, you could see the board at 3 years and 4 months. I'm thinking, sure, cool. I got some time I go in and get parole. But they made me do the whole 10.
So what with the good time though? So you ended up doing what, 7, 8?
I did the whole 10. I went in 2007 and got out 2017.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they took majority of the jail time because I was still on the 4 years paper. They took that and satisfied the 4 years.
Okay.
The papers.
Every state's different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm always trying to relate it to how it would work in the Feds.
I do the same way.
But and then I'll talk to somebody we have guys that got like 20 years, and you're like 20 years. They're like, yeah, 20 years. They're like, so like 3 years later, I get out. Through what? Yeah. And it's like, no, it's a nonviolent crime. You do half your time plus 70% good time, and you're like, oh my god, that's some states are. I think what states like that? Shrinker. I know a guy named Shrinker got like 20 something years. He did like 3. Like the fuck, that's insane. Yeah. So. 10 years.
Yeah, they took that. Yeah, they took that. They took my jail time, satisfied the probation that I was on for the attempted murder case, and then I started fresh. And because of the escape charge, when I went in, as far as when they do custody levels in the state, my points were so high. So I was only getting 6 days a month when I first went in. I wasn't getting a lot of good time, and then it took 5 to 7 years for the escape to fall off before I can get to a minimum. Or it's a minimum or close, which means I can get 12 days or 16 days a month. I never was able to get that. The guy who pulled the trigger got out of prison before me.
What about your dad? So did you said you ended up with your dad?
Yeah. We when I first got there, they sent me to the worst prison in the state, which was Northwest. I didn't stay there long, and my dad, the prison where my dad was at, the guy who was the warden at the time was an officer at one point in time at the prison where my daddy was at. He never told me. I think him and my daddy he used to bring my daddy stuff. But when I got into the system, my brother was there too. Me, my brother, and my daddy was the same prison.
It's a family reunion.
So I guess the warden ended up doing him a favor, I guess. They moved me from Northwest to Turner Center. But I'm on close because my points are high. So I got like 2-3 months I got to do on close before I get to the compound. While I'm back here waiting to come to the compound, my daddy gets in trouble because they're running tobacco, the pounds of tobacco, all kinds of stuff. And I'm getting ready to get out. This happened 2-3 weeks before I'm getting ready to get out. So they're going to move him to another prison. He comes to the hole while I'm back here because the closest in the hole too. And I hadn't seen my daddy in years at the time. So the first time I see my daddy from a distance was going to the hole. So he'd already sent me a cell phone back there on close and everything. So we used to talk before all that stuff happened. But so I go to the compound and my brother's there. So I get my brother moved to the unit where I'm at. My daddy finally gets out of the hole. He's in the unit with us. Where my daddy worked at is how they was getting the tobacco in. His supervisor, I can't remember what kind of job it was, but they were getting packages sent in his name and he didn't know. But he was sending his clerks to get his mail and they didn't run his mail. So they going down there and getting it. He not knowing.
Yeah.
And they were running pounds of tobacco. So we used to go down there to the supervisor. Me, him, and my brother, we just be sitting down there chilling. And we ended up getting into it real bad one day. I wanted to get some things out of my chest because I feel like he was responsible for a lot of things. And he would say that he would rather do it for us or get it for us because somebody was gonna do it anyway. But we're here, all three of us, like we're here. So they did end up moving my dad to another prison. I was established in the prison at that point. I probably wasn't even there a year. I already had a girl on somebody's list, being a mule, bringing in stuff. I was good. I had a phone. And then I had my brother in the cell with me. And we got to fighting. And it was bad. And it was because I got black tar. You familiar with that? I got black tar in the cell, tobacco, white, a cell phone, I got an MP3.
So this is a powder keg. He don't want to be involved at all, right? Your brother wants to.
He getting ready to go home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He wants.
He only got about 6-7 months, but
yeah, he needs to be in another cell.
And he was also still treating me like the baby. He was still trying to little boy me to an extent. And we had my daddy boombox. When he got shipped, we still had the radio, and he was playing the music real loud through count time. And I'm like, no. And he was like, I can listen to the radio. I'm like, well, if they come here, you taking all these charges. You taking the charge for everything. If they come here and find something, he was like, I ain't taking no charge from you. I'm like, bro, I got 7-8 years left. I'm gonna ask you to turn down the radio during count. You telling me no, and then saying you finna go home in 6 months. Like, no. And he plugged the radio back up, and before you knew it, I kind of blacked out. And the police, they caught us fighting, and they separated. I had him on the bottom of the hill, and I was on the top of the hill. I didn't see him the rest of my sentence. I didn't even check on him. I think I was preparing my mental to do it without him there. And yeah. And then I moved in the cell with my guy, in which he used to go to visit and bring stuff back too. And that ran for about a year or two. I was GD at the time. I ended up getting out of GD, which was a blessing. They wanted to kill me too. And that happened. I ended up getting out of GD because this had. We got time?
Yeah, we got plenty of time.
Yeah, we're not in a hurry.
Yeah.
Okay. You good? So the G's, this is what happened. I had lost my phone. It was a girl coming to see me, and it was another guy who was talking to her on the streets and found out she was talking to me. So he called the prison and told them I had a phone. I'm thinking she's on the way to see me, but they was tricking me to have me on the phone. So when the police come in and catch me. So I'm sitting in the cell talking to her. The police run in, boom, they get the phone. I ain't on the phone no more. It's a new dude come in, T. Roy from Knoxville. I introduce him because a lot of time when people first time in penitentiary, just like me, when they see a cell phone, it blow their mind. So me and him got cool. We've been working out together, and I pulled him in the cell one day. I was like, man, you want to use the phone? Penitentiary rules. I show him the phone, and he was like, he was like, do it work? I'm like, yeah, here, take it. He didn't even want to touch it. I'm like, here, take it. Call.
I wouldn't have. Bro, I got enough problems.
So he ended up calling. Make a long story short, I ended up telling him that the phones were, I think I told him they were 500 when really, I told him they was 1,000 when really it was 500. So I tell him, I put 5, you put 5, we'll go get a phone, we'll split it, we'll go every other night. When really he paid for the whole phone.
Right.
So when he paid for the phone, we're going every other night, it's cool. But I ended up getting into it with the girl that I was going to, and that's the worst time you could do. When you it's just like, it's like going through a breakup while you're at work. When you get into it with your girl. Your mind just go crazy. So I ended up not giving him the phone 2 or 3 nights in a row. And by this time, he what they call a friend to the folks. He go and tell the folks like me and Joe T did some business and he ain't covering his end of the bargain. He ain't GD business, so I don't even have to admit to that. I can say I don't know what he talking about, and that's exactly how it went. So by the time I tell them that, they run it up to some higher ups. The number one is coming to talk to me. I'm like, hey, how did it even get to him? Like that shouldn't even happen. And he told me I had 72 hours to get a phone back. When he do that, I said, okay, I'll tell you what. My celly at the time, we was doing a green dot. When you call the numbers and check them and all that old stuff. So I tell my celly, I said, this is what we're going to do. I said, I'm going to get that money. I'm going to get the security. at the time, or GD. I said, I'm gonna get him to come up here. I said, I'm gonna put the phone on speaker. I'm gonna use their phone. You gonna take, because they trying to take the phone from me, so I got my celly somewhere else with the phone. But where he at, he can see our cell door. I tell him, when you see that door pop open, you call and you pull them numbers off. Because what I'm finna do is I'm finna get the security to check the numbers. And when he play it on the speaker and hear that the numbers is on there, I'm gonna pop the door, you take the numbers off. I'm gonna leave out with them. They ain't gonna be able to say I took it. Because my alibi is gonna be, I was with you. How did I take them? You checked them, it was cool. Just so happened when I popped the door, he pulled the numbers off. I get the money back. They call Rick on the small yard. So when they call Rick, the G's don't go out by themselves. I go out with the G's. I ain't touched no phone. I've been with them. I got alibi. I'm cool. By the time we come back in, all the G's who didn't go outside is standing by my door. And they calling my name. And the security, big guy. And he was like, Joe T, come up here. And I ain't like how he was talking to him. I'm like, what's up? We go in the cell, me and him, we get into a real tough. They were like, man, you got that. I was like, how did I get the money? And the other G's who was outside with me is saying, ain't no way Joe T took the money. He was outside with us the whole time. Like, soon as that happened, he was like, I'm telling y'all, Joe T, he couldn't prove it. I said, you taking the word of opposition over me. There's no way for you to prove. I said, I ain't got the money. One of my old sellers come in the cell, he GD. He said, man, y'all step out of the cell, let me talk to him. And we get to talking. I'm talking to him, he talking back, we conversing, we having a conversation. And he said, Joe T, you got that money? He said, I know you. He said, I've been in the cell with you. He said, you slick. He said, I'm gonna talk to him. He said, just give him the money back, ain't nothing gonna happen. I said, I ain't got that money. I knew he would try to get me to say it. He said, Joe T, you got the money. He said, I'm telling you, I ain't gonna let him do nothing to you. Just give him the money back. I said, you ain't gonna let him do nothing. He said, I told you got it. I said, what's up? So I end up getting the money back, and I got in trouble. I got what they call a 6-minute no cover. They charged me with what they call a disruption of organization and unity, which is really they can send you the PC for it and strip you. Period. I could have got smashed, what they smashed off. So I end up getting a write-up. They give me a 6-minute no cover. I got to fight 3 people at one time. One person rotating for 6 minutes straight. I'm in a corner.
Colby's heard me say this. 30 seconds in a fight is exhausting. Exhausting.
Right. 15 seconds.
I'd say the longest fight I ever saw was 2 guys fighting for probably a minute or 2. Like, it went on forever because they were fighting like, I mean, we're talking about it went like up the stairs on the second tier, like down, like these guys are fighting down this, like, and they're stopping and breathing and hitting each other. And it went on for probably a minute, and it was,
I bet,
exhausting.
I bet it felt like they got hit by a bull.
So I can't imagine. And this is 1-on-1, by the way. This is just 2 guys.
Yeah,
fighting.
this is 6. This is 3 people. One person rotating that they call fresh hands, which means if one of them get tired, they rotate the fresh hands in. And so it's one in front of me, one on the left, one on the right, and then of course the one out to the side, and then you got the other guy over here who's keeping the time. And when he said time, I'm thinking, because they got to match me up with people who are my size. I'm thinking I might. I'm psych myself out. I might can pull it off. And it wasn't even a minute in. And I kept trying to go down, and they kept telling me to stand up, and the guy on the left caught me in the temple, knocked me over the toilet. I'm there, but I'm knocked out. I could tell, like I can hear what's going on, but I'm gone. And at this point, it's face shots and everything. I couldn't even, like, they were literally holding me up to finish the 6 minutes, like literally just beating me. And after it was over, they was all walking out shaking my hands, and I didn't shake my hand, and I didn't do drugs in prison. I sold them, and my thoughts at that time was, I'm getting this stuff laced. I'm gonna take every one of these people out. I'm gonna get them back somehow. And they walked out and was shaking my hand, and I was like, man, somebody call my mom, tell her I'm ready to go. She can pick me up. I'm tired of shooting ball. And they was like, I don't think, bro, all right. And I was playing, and I rose out. I was like, nah, I'm just playing. And I remember thinking, I'm like, and I'm eating noodles that night, and my face was leaning. I couldn't feel it. And my celly said, you good, celly? I said, yeah, I'm straight. Why, what's up? He said, your face. He said, look in the mirror. And I was literally hanging, and I couldn't feel it. And I went.
Did you have a stroke?
I had a pinched nerve, is what they told me.
Okay.
Yeah, and they gave me a shot in my butt, and it instantly, I had a pinched nerve. Yeah.
Whoa.
yeah. But that was the beginning of me wanting to walk away from GD, and it wasn't just that I started disagreeing with GD and the nation. I'm a grown man. I just couldn't really understand and grasp that somebody else had my life and they had power over me, could tell me what to do. I ain't never been. I've always been the one that said, yeah, and I'm not even saying that's cool, but I just didn't feel that I could be in my room studying, because I did start taking business management corresponding classes at one point. I can be in my room studying, they can knock on the door and say, G be the reason, and I can't say I'm studying. I have to go and tend to whatever it is, and it might be somebody that owed a box of honey buns, and I'm gonna be in there like, we in here having a conversation about $1.50. Like, what are we doing? I almost got in trouble one time for, they got this thing called the box, and they asked me to hold it because the person that was holding it at the time smoked cigarettes, and he was doing a bunch of stuff he ain't had no business doing. And I told him, if I hold it, I'm probably gonna eat something here and there. And I ate something here and there. And they ended up wanting to have a feast, and the things that I was eating here and there, they asking me where is that. I told them I was gonna eat some honey bun. They wanted to put me in violation for about 4 or 5 boxes of honey bun. And I told them, which I broke up the money, but I told them, I said, I seen $125,000 when I was 16, 17 years old. Y'all think y'all finna beat me up for $10 worth of honey buns? It just ain't gonna happen. That ain't what we doing. But it was just a lot of things that I just started disagreeing with, man. I ain't like how they treated some people. I hated shower security. And it was a little brother from Memphis named Looney. And he was talking about what they call plugging out. You can get off count and you can plug out. Off count, you just not a part of the structure, but you still GD. When you plug out, you're done. And somebody gave him the wrong information. He ended up plugging out. And when he plugged out, he went and got a knife from a Crip. And the Crip, divide and conquer, penitentiary rules, told the G's, hey, I know what's going on with Looney. He just came and bought a knife from us. And the G's took it as he buried arms against GD in the name of protecting himself. And at the time, I was the security. The call was supposed to go through me. And they went over me because they felt like I was going to be biased to the call. And they ended up paying 3 Aryan Nations to jump him in the middle of the pod. And he ended up beating all 3 of the white boys up right in front of everybody. And after he beat them up, and then he started disrespecting GD. And like, ain't nobody, and then he said a whole bunch of stuff. And then day after that, they ended up going in the cell and stabbing him. And they all went to the hole. And he signed a paper saying that he signed a waiver saying he was cool coming back to the compound. And I still had the position. So
strong man, what do they call it? A strong man?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So as I'm sitting in my cell, he comes out of the hole after he done what they saying, bearing arms against the folks. And they tell me, they were like, Looney, back on the compound, what we want to do? I said, call a meeting. So I'm finna call this meeting, and I'm finna explain to everybody what happened and how it happened. And I'm like, dude ain't a threat to us, but I'm knowing that I'm just gonna try. And as I'm explaining it, the person who's responsible for, who's over, well, he's the number 2, he ain't the 1, he started lying. And that really sent me over the edge. I'm like, this is the number 2. I was there. I heard the conversation. There's no way I'm like, dude, my life can hang in your hand. And I'm listening like you lying. And I started pointing my finger in his face. And they grabbed me, his security grabbed me and told me I couldn't do that. And I was being disrespectful, and I ended up getting a write-up. But I had done so many favors for a lot of the G's, we basically said that they gave me a violation, but they really didn't. And I was tired after that. And then and I had wrote my paperwork up because my daddy was at Northeast now. My brother done went home. My dad is finna get me moved. I already done signed the paperwork. I just don't know how long it's gonna take for me to get on the bus to go. And he was telling me, wait till you get here before you do that. But I was like, man, I finna trust God in this. Like, I'm tired. And they came in the cell one day talking, and it was literally like Charlie Brown, want. And I took the paper out of my pocket, and I handed it to them. They opened it, they read it, passed it to each other, and they was like, you sure this is what you want to do? I said, I'm done. I said, I'm a man before anything. I said, whatever got to happen, just gonna have to happen, man. I'm done. It's over. And I knew at the time, who was the 1, and I knew who was the 3. The 3 is the security, which all calls got to go through him as far as aggressive stuff. And I got on somebody's phone. I called him. I told him, meet me at the library. I needed to talk to him because when they get the paperwork, it's the thing they call, you got to run it up the chain. You got to run through everybody. And so I called him, told him, meet me at the library. And I went down there and I told him what I done. And I was like, bro, I'm done. I was like, I want to hear from you, though. I said, I need to hear from you that I'm going to be okay. If not, tell me now. I ain't finna be in my pride, and I'll just go to PC. I ain't even tripping. I'll go. When they transfer me, we'll try to figure it out. But I want to hear from you. I ain't gonna let them stab me, jump on me, and I got a child I got to get to. I'll be a fool to sit here and be like, I'm not going to do that. So he was like, man, you straight. I said, I'm straight. He said, I give you my word, JT. He said, you good. He said, if that's what you want to do, he said, you can do it. You good. I said, what's up? I left. We shook hands. I walked off. A day or two went by. I seen the number 1 standing in the window. They came and told me. He said you free. You can walk away. I said, I'm done. They said, yeah, you good. I went outside. I seen him in the window, and we got a little thing. I mean, are you straight? Are you good? And I did him like this. I was like, what's up? And he did it back. And I did it again. I said, And he was like, you? And I was like, am I? And he was like, you? I said, what's up? And I walked back to my cell and made sure I made a public statement to the whole unit by walking to the shower in my shower shoes. I didn't walk in my shoes. And when I walked out, the Crips vice lords, everybody was kind of looking like, and he ain't walking with no security. They was like, what's going on? And I was out. And I was done. And 2-3 weeks after that, I got shipped to the prison where my daddy was at, where I got engaged to a correction officer, an Indian. Yeah. So I get to this prison, man. I get to the prison, and they send me to the top of the hill, and my dad is on the lower end. And they put me in a cell with a punk.
Okay.
But he was one of them punks. He wasn't flamboyant, but everybody knew.
Right.
But he could be flamboyant. And he was a hustler, too. I just rode on this bus for 10 hours from Turner Center to Northeast. I can buck this and go to the hole. Mm-hmm. Put myself in a situation. I'm tired. I can get in this bunk.
I was say, or I can go take a nap.
I'll just go to sleep and my daddy go take care of it in the morning, hopefully. So I get there and I see some people that know me from juvie and the other prison. And they asked me, what cell you going to? And I told them. They was like, oh, sit your stuff outside the door. Don't even go in there, Joti. I was like, why not? They were like, man, one of them. And by that time, the boy pops out from wherever he walks over. He was like, you my cellie? And his hand was loose. And I said, don't do that, man. and he popped it. He was like, this my cell. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, y'all, let me holler at my cellie real quick. So I just put him in the cell. I'm kind of matured in the penitentiary. I ain't finna push on you, and I'm not finna do all that. We get in the cell. I was like, look, check this out. So I just came to the Turner Center and rolled 10. I said, I ain't gonna unpack my stuff. I said, my daddy gonna get me moved to the bottom of the hill first thing in the morning. I said, if we good, we good. He was like, you good? I said, just don't do that right there though. And then he was like, who your daddy? And I was like, Joe T, my daddy. He said, Joe T, your daddy? I said, no, wait a minute.
I'm begging you to stop.
I said, hold on, man. Hold on. He was like, no, that's my guy. He was like, man, you need to use the phone. He was like, that's who I buy my tobacco from here and my Suboxone. He was like, man, you need to call him. You need to talk to him. I was like, yeah, I need to holler and let him know I'm here. You know what I'm saying? He was like, bet. He closed the door, pulled the curtain, pulled the phone out of him. Right there in the cell. Washed it off. Pulled it out. He was like, you good? I was like, yeah, I'm straight. Yeah, he called my daddy. He had my daddy number. We called him. And he was like, what you doing? I said, if you don't get me down there in the morning, I'm going to probably be in the hole. He was like, nah, he ain't going to be in the hole. I said, hey, what I tell you, man? He was like, who you in the cell with? I said, who it sound like? He was like, man, he's straight. I said, man, I'm going to get you down. I said, man, listen, I don't need to be in his cell in the morning. He was like, he good, Joe T, he good. I don't make sure he's straight. I don't need nothing from you.
This guy, he understands.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
But when I got off the phone, I ain't gonna lie, like he was cool. Like he wasn't. I ain't nothing free in the penitentiary. To him, it was, I'm finna do Joe T a solid. When I try to buy some tobacco next time, I made sure your son was straight. Man, hey, I ain't got it right now. Your son, I made sure. That's just how the prison go. But he ended up getting me moved down in the morning. I got down there, and when I walked in that cell, I still can't explain. Cause we wasn't sellers at Turner Center. He was in the cell. It's a corner. I'm in this cell, he in this cell. So we weren't sellers. I go over there, he come over there, we'll cook. But I'm actually in the cell with my daddy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 5-6 years in. This is the person who recommended me to become GD. I done took a 6-minute no cover and been beat up. I done been through hell and back with a lot of these G's. This is the same person that gave me my plug. This is the same person I feel like wasn't in my life. There's so many emotions going on, but at the same time, I'm also, it's bittersweet. I'm also like, man, I get a chance to kick it with my daddy, which is crazy to explain. I got all of these mixed emotions. I go in there, he hugged me. You know what I'm saying? We kicked, I think we watched the basketball game at night, cooked a meal, some massages, penitentiary meal, all this stuff going on. Like we was just having a good old time in the cell. Like it was crazy. Awesome. And I remember, man, one of my first epiphany moments was, after I'm here like 2 months, and I started working in the wood plant, and they pay you minimum wage. And you make the money, you making too much money, you have to pay rent in the penitentiary.
All right.
Yeah. So after about 2 months, this Indian girl started working at the prison. And before they put her in a permanent unit, she was working on the yard where you have to go through the gate to go to work or wherever you're going. So one more, they getting ready to make the call out, and you could tell it's a new officer woman here because everybody's outside waiting for the call out versus being in. And I remember my daddy saying, what's going on out there? And it was a guy named Hot Rod. He might have had 3 life sentences. Hot Rod had a whole lot of time. And but he come to the cell and he was like, "Little Joe, come outside with me." And he was like, "Nah, don't take my son out there." He was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Nah, don't be trying to be a daddy now. You ain't never trying to be. Don't tell me I can't go outside. What are you talking about?" So Hot Rod was like, he was like, "Man, the new girl out there." He was like, "Man, I want you to see her." I'm like, "Bet." So I put my shoes on, my penitentiary fresh. I go out there, and everybody trying to get her attention. And in my head, I'm thinking, "Don't do that. You got to do something different from it." So I kind of stand back in the crowd and I see her. By the time I catch eye contact, I walk off like I ain't paying no attention. And about 2 weeks, she ended up, I told my daddy that same day when I went in and said, he said, "What is it?" I said, "It's a little Indian girl down there. She nice too." He was like, "Oh yeah." I said, "I'm going to get her." He said, "Man, you ain't going to get her." I said, "Why to see?" 2 weeks rolled by. She would come in our unit. And I hear her when she walk in. And I got up and I looked out the window. My dad said, "Who is it?" I said, "It's a girl." My daddy got up and looked. I said, "I'm going to get her." He said, "Man, you ain't going to get her." I said, "What is he? I'm going to show you. I'm going to get her." 2-3 weeks went by. I've been talking to her here and there. Well, let me say this first. I get off from work. This is how the conversation start. 2-3 weeks, I don't say nothing to her when she first at all. I don't go talk to her. I don't look at her, nothing. When she come around, walk, I go in the cell. I get out of work one day, and I'm going to get some ice. And as I'm walking to get the ice, she was like, hey, you. And I just kind of looked at her. And she was like, "Yeah, you." She was like, "Why? You don't never come out. You don't never come talk to me. You don't." I said, ain't nothing worth coming out here looking at. I said, and I kept walking. And as I go and get the ice, I walking back. And now she done got out of the chair and she's standing like in front of the cage. And she was like, "What you mean?" I said, "Man, ain't nothing out here worth looking at." And I kept walking. I go in, I take the ice, and I come out and I stand on the top walk. And she looking at the paperwork. I'm guessing she trying to either see my name or see who I'm in cell with. And she kept looking up at me. She was like, and I come down and she was like, who's your cellie?" And I was like, she was like, "Y'all got the same name." I was like, "That's my daddy." And she was like, "Really? How?" She in her eyes, at this point, you don't become very manipulative on top of already learning how to be manipulative. The look in her eye she was intrigued. It was something different other than, and it was, you in the cell with your daddy. So she started asking questions. So then we started talking 2-3 weeks. I go to the shower. She come and stand by the shower, watching me, looking me up and down, all this old type of stuff. I would put the Muslim oil on, smelling good. She asked me where I get the Muslim oil. I'm cooking stuff. She asked me about the meals. I'm explaining stuff. Like you could tell she intrigued about all of this stuff. Then she started asking about my daddy. She's like, your dad never speaks to me. Like he'll look, and I was like, yeah, he's convict. Dad had been locked up 30-some years. 30 years? Like how? She was asking me how old I was. How old was you? And she was just, and so one day I walked up to her. My daddy don't know this. We got a cell phone, but we don't keep it in the cell. We never keep it in the cell. I write the number down and I go downstairs and I tell her, I say, look, what I'm about to say, you just let it go in one ear and out the other if you don't like what I say. She was like, okay, what is it? I said, what if it was a way we can talk outside of here? She was like, what you mean? I said, you know exactly what I mean. I said, remember what I said at first. I said, if you catch what I'm saying and you don't like it, let's just act like we never had this conversation. She was like, and she was just kind of looking like she wanted to answer, but she wasn't sure if I was trying to set her up. I said, don't say nothing. I said, in the staff bathroom, because that's where our toilet paper was at, we can go in there and get toilet paper. I said, I went in there to get toilet paper. I said, I taped a piece of paper under the sink in the staff bathroom. I said, I'm going to walk off. I said, I ain't going to talk to you the rest of the day. I said, you go in there, you get that piece of tape. I said, you can hit me blocked. And she was like, and I walked off. So I go in the cell. I said, hey, Dad, I said, I got to call. I said I had to call my daughter, his granddaughter. I said, I got to call Samara tonight. I got to kiss her. I said, so I'm going to keep the phone in the cell. He said, and if they come in here and get your phone, you know you're going to take their charge. I said, you got 2 life sentences. I ain't taking no charges. You taking all the charges. so he was like, you sure? I said, yeah. I said, we won't keep. I said, I'm gonna keep the phone tonight. I said, he said, we ain't gonna do that no more. I said, all right, cool. So we keep the phone. They doing lockdown. She closing the door. Doom. And he was like, you sure? I said, yeah, I'm good. She come to the door, opens our door, and do me like this, and winks and close the door. Soon as she closed the door, my daddy stands straight up. What the hell was that?
All right.
I don't know. I told her, I think she liked me. He said, boy, don't you have them police brothers? I said, man, we good. He said, all right. I still didn't tell him why I'm keeping the phone. I wait till she leave. I'm looking at the back window. She kind of waves as she leaving. It don't air all the inmates on the back window waving, so you don't know who she waving at. But to me, she waving me. I know she got the number. So she get to the parking lot, and I'm thinking she getting out. I'm waiting. It's about 30 minutes. I said, hey, Dad. I said, I'm gonna tell you something. He said, what's up? I said, look, man, I gave her the number. He said, do what? He stand up again. He said, what you say? I said, I gave her the number. She gonna call me block. I said, I told you I was gonna get her. He said, go on, pack your stuff up, boo. Go on, get your stuff. Go on, pack your stuff up. I said, for what? He said, if they call that phone, it won't be to talk to you. It'll be to verify that phone is in here.
Right.
And when they verify it's in here, they gonna come in here. They gonna get it. And you gonna say it's yours. And you gonna you gonna go to the hole. When you get out, I get you back down here, but you go in the hole tonight. I said, I don't believe that. He said, all right, well, see what I tell you. I said, I told you I was gonna get her. So we sitting there, he was like, she ain't called yet? I said, no. By that time, I got the phone under the pillow where I can see it. It light up, it's blocked. He see it because the crack of his bed, he see the light. He stand up. Go answer it. I said, what? He said, that's the green team. He said, I promise you, soon as you say hello, they gonna run in there. I said, I don't believe. He said, well, go on answer then. I don't answer it. She called back again for about 5 minutes. Block. I answered. Hello? My daddy started grabbing my stuff. I said, hello? She said, hey, big head. I looked at my dad. I said, hey, little head. He said, straight. So we get to talking. My daddy tap on the bed. Elsa, she'll bring us something in here. I said, hold on.
Heck, yeah.
I said, I thought you said the police was gonna come in here. He's, whatever you need me to do, just let me know. Now you won't in because you see how I pulled it off. But we started talking. It probably wasn't 2-3 weeks, man. She started asking about penitentiary money. So I'm telling her, you buy a pound of tobacco on town, $25, $30 in here, it's $8,000, $9,000, maybe $1,000. You go buy a phone, $50, you bring it in here, it's $1,500, $2,000 at Northeast. So when I started telling her stuff, she was like, wow, Suboxone strips, you get 100 of them wrapped up, it's going to look like a Jolly Rancher. Mm-hmm. They were selling them for 150. We was getting 300-400 of them at a time. You can bring that in easy. So when I started telling her that stuff, she wouldn't, at first she was like, nah, I don't want to do nothing like that. If you need anything, I got you. So I answered, I was like, just one time then. Just one time. She's
already in trouble. She's already losing her job.
Yeah, she's in trouble. She in trouble. So at this point, I get her. She bring me some green, and we get the strips in the green. She don't know the strips in the green though. We just had my daddy girlfriend to wrap it. It was already in it. So she bring it in, and me and my dad. This is one of the epiphany moments. We breaking down this green. He counting out his Suboxones and wrapping them, and I just kind of looked up at him. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, this is like, how? Like, what is going on? And he don't seem to be faded at all. Like, your son who's in prison, then like we sitting here and we basically kind of started running the prison through her. Like, we was getting 2-3 ounces at a time at one point, and we was just running it. And I get up to use the bathroom one night. My daddy was snoring, and I flushed the toilet. I went to wash my hands. And when I flushed the toilet, he kind of turned around. And I remember looking at it, and I was like, I'm really in the cell with my daddy. Like, this is not okay. Like, this is insane. Like, we are just doing way too much at this point. Like, and then it wasn't too long after that, I bought a ring, had his girl, I had it shipped to my daddy's girl house. She lived in Virginia, which ain't far from Northeast. So I had her to meet the Indian girl, give her the ring. She brings it in, gives it to me. She don't know I'm finna propose. But this is all penitentiary mind games though. This is insane. So we had a rock man. You got the rock man who take the trash out, and in Northeast, when you take the trash out, it's a blind spot. Because at this point, we got them eyes in the sky, and they can see a fly moving his antlers on you. So when you go through these doors, when you go through the door, she always locked that main door, and then right in that hall space in them stairs, it's a little. We got a quick window. So we would go, and instead of walking the trash all the way to the trash, I would slang the trash to buy me some time. So she would open the back door, I slang the trash, whether I make it or not, close the door, I get a little window, we kiss, freak, whatever. We do that a few times. She don't know I'm finna pop the question, but she started talking about she didn't want to bring it no more. So now I got to speed up answering the question. So, because we got to keep this rolling, because at this point, we $4,000-$5,000 a month. Like, it's insane. So we go back there one night, we take the trash out, boom. She locked the door, and she getting ready to open the other door so we can go back out. And I gently grabbed her, turned her around, and I was on a knee in the penitentiary. So look. But when I do it, I had to almost muffle her mouth because she started screaming, "Oh my God!" Like she went crazy. Whoa. You can't. She was like, "I can't believe I was like, no, you gotta. And I'm grabbing her, but I'm freaking at the same time. But I'm like, no, she was like, are you serious? And I put the ring on her, and we said whatever, and we walked out, and it wasn't 2-3 days, people started noticing, like, man, she got a ring on her finger. Like, what's going on? But we kept rocking it for a little minute. And then it was this one last time. I honestly think to this day, I feel like she set us up. I think she did. I think she was tired and I wasn't pulling the plug. So I had 4 ounces of green. And she was like, I'm gonna bring them all at one time. I was like, oh, how you doing that? Like, what you got going on? That's what I'm thinking. 4? You ain't never said you was gonna, like, you gonna pack it like this, but she was tired. So she brings it. I switch it up this time because I didn't trust it. And so I had somebody else to move, like how I moved it was completely different. And I sent somebody to go get it, and then I told somebody else behind him to go get that and then move it and go in this cell, come out of this cell, go in this cell, go out of this cell, go in this cell. So they can't kind of pinpoint what's going on and how it's going on. So when that happens, my dad is at work in the kitchen. And we got Suboxones and stuff too. So it wasn't 5-10 minutes. Police run in and goes everywhere these people went. And then after they did all that, then they came to my cell. When they came to my cell, the cell that it was in, they walked out, they sit for a minute, they talked, and they went to the cell it was in. And when they went over there, I was like, oh man, this about to be ugly. But I'm thinking, I looked at her and she turned away from me, and I was like, she wasn't giving me the sign like, it was the, you gone. That's how I felt. And I was like, did she do that? I know she didn't do that. Like your job is online if you did that. So when they go in the cell, my daddy comes in from work, and when he go in the cell, he taking his apron. He's like, "What's going on?" And because the cell's still messed up, and I'm explaining it to him fast, and I was like, "They in tiny cell. It's in tiny cell right now." He was like, "Everything." I said, "Everything is in there." He was like, "What?" I said, "Look." I said, whatever you got left, I said, I'm about to offer some of them Suboxones to somebody to start a fight in the pod right now. He said, do whatever you got to do. I said, all right. I walked out of the cell, called somebody I knew. I said, go down there and you tell him, I said, to pop a fight off with anybody in the pod right now. I'm going to give him 5 Suboxones. He went down there. He told him. Next thing you know, boom, he hit, fight breaks out. She starts yelling. Police comes out of the cell where everything is at, close the door and locks it. They got to stop this fight. They run down, take both of them, take them to the hole. When they do that, I look at her, give her the nod. Tiny then say, I need to get in my cell. She yelled at them and say, is the search done? I don't know if they responded or not. She said they said, yeah. I don't know, because they ended up coming back. She ran upstairs, unlocked the door, boom, they went, we moved it everywhere. We ended up cool. After that happened, they ended up putting my dad on pending investigation. They call themselves separating us because they knew that she was dealing with me. They were trying to get to me. I guess they feel like if they separate me and my daddy, I would slip up and they would be able to get me. So they end up putting my daddy in the hole, pending investigation. They come to the cell. They done moved her to a different unit. They come to the cell. Who is 142631? My daddy. He was like, that's me. What's going on? You going on PI. Pack your stuff. They packed the stuff. I'm thinking he was like, most they can do 7 to 10 days after that, I file a grievance, whatever. They got to figure if they ain't gonna charge me with nothing. I said, all right, cool. So he go to pending investigation. He ain't back there 5 days. They sent him to a whole nother prison. Shipped him. They don't tell me till the day after. They're like, yeah, your daddy. And I'm like, they crushed me. We at this point, we've probably been in the cell maybe 3, 4, 5 months. We done gained the bond. We done kicked it, got into it. Because he called himself commercial break me. But he called himself trying to take the phone from me one time because his girlfriend called while I was on the phone with my daughter. He called himself trying to chastise me in front of his girlfriend on the phone. So I told him put his shoes on. I was gonna go 1-2 him in there. He probably would have got me, but I was gonna get a piece of him. but so we ended up having him, and he ended up telling me he wasn't gonna let me use the phone. Well, I ended up going to rough up Tiny, who was an old man. He smoking a cigarette. I went in the cell, roughed him up real bad, and he told my daddy, and finally me and my daddy, we was talking, and he turned his back on me, and I grabbed his shoulder, he threw his shoulder, and he started crying. And he was like, you don't love me. I was like, I do love you. He like, no, you don't. I was like, I do love you. I was like, I think sometimes you don't really understand the magnitude of your absence. What my mama went through, what me and my brother went through, I don't even think you realize you gave me and my brother 2 separate plugs. You the one told me, I recommend you BGD for the experience, was his exact words. When I asked him, should I do it? He said, I recommend it for the experience. So I'm telling him all these things, but at the same time, let him know, I love you. Because a majority of that, I chose that life too. I wanted it. So we kind of both broke down, and he said some things that I ain't never heard him say. I got out, and ever since then, we like that's my guy. And but they end up shipping him, and man, it didn't sink in until probably like 2 or 3 days after he was gone. Because I'm thinking, dang. And I remember waking up one morning and I just broke down crying. And I was like, man, they took my dad. And he gone. Like that's crazy. And I know he ain't coming back. And I know it's no chance that we probably end up, he gonna be able to get me moved to the prison again. I'm pretty sure it's in black and white now. They moved you the first time because of tobacco. Now they moving you this time. They moved you from Morgan County to Turner Center for, you got the same thing, track record every time you got moved. So this time, 9 times out of 10, no, it's just not gonna happen. And I had got some green through somebody else one time. Somebody got stabbed in the pod. A Mexican ended up stabbing somebody that owed him. A guy comes to my cell and says, JT, you might want a secure thing. Somebody just got stabbed. They probably about to come in here. I was like, all right, cool. I ain't moving with a sense of urgency because I'm thinking they going to come in and attend to the person who got stabbed. But my name was so hot and ringing. This guy had got stabbed. They ran in and came to my cell. They coming up the steps. The stab happened downstairs. So when they saying up top, I'm like, what up top for what? Like it ain't even. So by the time I look out of the window and see Garcia coming, we see each other. I said, somebody down there got stabbed, bro. You finna come over here. And so I had.
Do they think you stabbed him?
Nah, he just
used the opportunity.
He just used the opportunity. So at this point, I'm scrambling because I didn't secure everything. I don't got the phone in the cell, but I had what they call thimbles of weed. So I'm taking the thimbles of weed and I'm trying to push them in my lotion. I get a few of them down, but a few fall, and I end up just throwing like 2 or 3 in my pocket. And he come in, he opened the door. He said, "What's up, little Joe?" I said, "What's up, Garcia? What's going on?" He said, "Oh, I ain't doing nothing. They said something going on down here. I got medical coming down here. I figure I'd come over and check on you." I said, "Somebody got stabbed and you coming to check on me?" He was like, "Yeah, what you got going?" He was like, let me pat you down. I was like, all right, cool. So when he come in the cell, I'm thinking about my wood playing job. I'm thinking about the write-up, and I'm getting ready to go for parole. I'm getting ready to go for parole in like 3-4 weeks. I'm like, so he was like, let me pat you down. And I reached in my pocket and went for the toilet. He grabbed my hand. He said, if you move after this, that's assault on an officer. He said, whatever that is, he said, he said, if it's brown, he said, I'll flush it. He said, if it's anything else, I can't promise you that. I said, it's brown, Garcia. He said, well, if it's brown, let me see it. I'll flush it. He said, I'll flush it myself. I said, man, come on, man. He said, if you move, he said, give it here. I said, man, here, man. And it was 2-3. He said, I thought you said it was brown, little Joe. Dang, finally got you. I said, he said, you know this your job. Right up. He said, is you the wood plant? I said, man, I don't care nothing about that wood plant job, man. I'm good. He said, yeah, you probably done saved plenty of money, and you know how I know you. He hinting to her. And I was like, whatever. He leave. They write me up. My cell at the time told me he'll take the charge. We was going to try to fight it at the D-board by saying I had put on his basketball shorts. And he was going to say that it was in there. They wouldn't bite for it. So no, I go to the D-board. They got Arby's in there. When I walk in the D-board, I'm at the wood plant, scraping wood. They call me. They need you at the D-board, which is the hearing to go sentencing for the write-up or see what I'm going to take. I go in the D-board. It's Arby's in there, chicken strips, fries, drink. I sit down, boom. He slid it across the table. He said, hey, go ahead. I said, Arby's? I said, nah, I don't want that. I was like, well, what's going on? And this is exactly what he told me. He said, listen, about that write-up you got, we can't let you take that. We can't let you take that write-up. I said, well, just throw it out then. He said, that ain't how it gonna work, though. He said, the warden told me to give you whatever you ask. But you know what we want. I said, what do you want? He said, you know what. He said, come on now. He said, do you love her?
I started eating that Arby's right now.
Listen, I ate the Arby's. I don't get me wrong. I ate the Arby's. He said, do you love her?
I love her. What are you gonna?
He said, you do know if I decide to send you to another prison, she'll be talking to somebody else by tomorrow. She don't care nothing about you. I said, you sitting up here trying to get me to give you somebody that's the police. He said, she ain't the police. She's an inmate. And I'm going to treat her like one when I catch her. He said, you know what a red line is? I said, nah. He said, I'm going to tell you what a red line is. That's when a government official is working with the enemy. He said, you can get my license plate number and find out where I live, find out where my other coworkers live. You can find out where the kitchen workers work at if you live at if you wanted to. He said, people like her are dangerous to people like me because we have to come in here and do our job. She can give you information to find out where we live and you can get things done to us on the street. So when I catch her, I'm going to redline her and make sure she never gets to work for the government again. I said, you just said all that and I'm telling you she one of y'all. He said, I'm going to get her. He said, what if I... Now, this was after... Now, he asked me if I wanted to go to the honor pod. He was like, you want to go? I said, honor pod? I said, I don't know, honor pod? What did you tell me? He said, you want to keep your job, don't you? I said, I tell you what. I grabbed at this. I started eating. I said, I took a bite of one. He said, I said, let me sign this right up. He was like, he snatched it from me. He said, I can't let you sign it right up. I said, why? I said, I'm guilty. It's mine. He said, I can't let you do that. Wouldn't let me sign the write up. I literally had to leave. I left, went back to work, but he kept me in there long enough, which is another tactic they use to make you look like you the police.
Mm-hmm.
So
she thinks you said something, or at least everybody.
Inmates.
Yeah.
Because they got her in another unit. So I go back to work.
Does she know you were grabbed?
Not yet. I go in back to work. People already asking me, like, dang, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. While I'm at work, going back to work, they go and search my cell, tear it up. So now the unit is saying, Joe T just went to the D-board, now they up here, but they ain't just search my cell, they search 2-3 other cells, but they search my cell to make it look like, because that's how inmates think. Mm-hmm. Joe T was just at the D-board, he was up there 30 minutes, they go in, search 2 other people's cell, and then they search his cell, making it look like
you gave them up, and they're only searching your cell to try and give you some wiggle room.
To throw it out.
You gave them the other cells.
That's what they're trying to make it look like. Yeah.
And then they put you back in the unit.
And then they put me back in the unit.
You're in danger.
Exactly. So I come from work, I go in, and everybody, man, Joe T, what's going on? What's going on? And now I'm playing mental chess. I'm trying to figure out what's what, because there's a lot of people who want the girl. My dad is gone. I don't have that protection. The people who want the girl gonna play the game to go along with he is the police, so they can remove me. They don't care by any means necessary, so they can try to get close to her. So I don't know what's what at this point. I go to work again. They do the same thing. This time they call me back to the unit and search while I'm right there. Ask me a bunch of questions. I'm like, man, I'm not talking to y'all. Bring me the write-up. Let me sign the write-up. They wouldn't let me sign it. We got this thing called inspection. And sometimes during the inspection, depending on if the warden on the top of the hill or the bottom hill, the warden will come through the unit. So when they call the inspection this morning, the warden is coming through. And I said to myself, I have to yell it out to the warden, because the green team got to walk with the warden, and it was a woman as security. So they come through and they do inspection. They only do the bottom tier. They didn't come and do the top. I said, oh, they trying to keep her from coming. That's what I'm thinking. So when they get in, I yell out in front of everybody, because for first people I need to make sure I'm safe by is the inmates. I said, hey, Ward. I said, Officer Garcia and Officer Boom Boom on the green team, I got a write-up. I've been trying to sign for the write-up. They will not let me sign the write-up. I ain't knowing that the warden is really in on this. Mm-hmm. They touched the warden, and the warden just kept walking like she didn't even hear me. After they cleared out, everybody came, and I was like, now y'all see. Like that, like what type of, like what they got going on. So the G's was kind of willing to cover me at that point, because they could clearly see that I was trying to, they wouldn't let me sign it. The unit manager calls me down and was like, they just called you, they want you to come down to operation. That's dangerous in the penitentiary. To go down, they want me to come where? They want you to come down. I said, I can't do that. He said, it's the warden. The warden is asking you to come to operations.
Can you bring somebody with you?
No.
Because when guys would go to the warden's office, they'd be like, I got to bring somebody with me.
They wouldn't let me. I didn't even ask, though. So I go, and I'm walking. I tell the inmates, I call one of the Crips, I call one of the G's, I call the Vice Lord, I call one of the Aryan Nation, I always call one, and they're like, look, I don't know what's going on. They just call me down, and I go down there. The warden in there, and the main guy on the green team is in there. And so I sit down, and I'm like, she pulled out a notepad. I said, what's going on? She said, you tell me. I said, I ain't sure why I'm down here. She said, are you involved with one of my officers? I said, no, ma'am. She said, are you telling me the truth? I said, yes, ma'am. I'm looking at the guy, the green team guy, and I'm like, this really my opportunity. I got to flip him. And I said, your officers for one, put me in danger at your institution. They trying to make it look like I'm the police. She was like, how they doing that? I said, they constantly keep searching my cell. I said, I've been trying to sign guilty for that write-up. She said, you ain't signing guilty. And I was like, oh. Then I said, well, your officer's been trying to give me a phone. And then the green team, he said, wait, hold on. He said, what? I said, you tried to give me a cell phone and told me to call that girl. You was going to give me a phone and I can keep the phone and this is that. She said, you offered him. He said, I never offered this piece. She said, now, wait a minute. But it started getting heated. He stood up over me. He was like, nah, he lying. And then she said, well, what was he going to do with the phone? I was like, I don't know what he wanted me to do with the phone. And she was like, do you want to stay here? I said, it's not safe for me to stay here. She said, where you want to go? I said, my name good anywhere. I can go to interstate and penitentiary. I said, I need to be shipped. She said, you ain't got nothing going on with one of my officers. I said, no. She said, okay. She got up, she walked out. The green officer got in my face. He said, don't you ever play with me like that again. I said, don't you ever play with me? What you mean? I left out, walked, and I told all the members again. And then they called me to the clinic. Again, they called me down to the clinic. And I'm like, what is going on? So I go down to the clinic. I don't take meds. I don't got no health issues. I ain't put in no sick call, nothing. Everybody know this. So I go down there, and when I walk in, the nurse know who I am. She tell me, go down there, go through that door, and go. I go in a little room. The whole entire green team is in the room, surrounded by a table. I tap on the door. They open it and call me in the room. I look around and see if there's any inmates who work in the clinic, because I'm like, this is dangerous. I walk in the room and I'm like, what is going on? They pull out a cell phone. If you will just dial that number.
Exactly what you told them.
Exactly. They said, if you will just put the number in this phone, I take it to the warden and I get you moved. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. He asked me, he said, does your dad want to come back up here? I said, no. He said, do you want to go down there with your dad? I have you on the bus in the morning, going in the cell with your dad as soon as you get out the bus in the morning. I said, how many people you don't have these kind of conversations with? You too comfortable. Like, this don't happen in the penitentiary. I said, how many people? He said, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many of these conversations. I said, well, that ain't what's going on with me. He said, I'll make another offer. He said, I get your daddy back up here. Y'all can sell as much tobacco as you want. I said, how this gonna happen? He said, I'm just letting you know. We want her. I said, I ain't. He said, I'm gonna see you tonight. I walked out. Got back to the unit, called the heads in my cell and told them, because they told me, well, before I left, he said, I'll see you tonight. He was saying they were gonna come in and pull the same move. We're gonna search 2 cells and we're gonna come to your cell. He finna try to really get me to use his phone. Mm-hmm. I go back and I tell the gang members that. They say, so you telling me the police told you they coming in here tonight, they searching, they tried to give you a phone. Is that what you? And I'm like, look, and it was one Crip dude. He was like, man, I'm telling y'all, man. I said, don't even play with me like that. I said, if it would, why would I sit in here and tell y'all to secure what's going on or try to get in front of it? I said, see, it's dudes like you who think you slick. You think you're 2 steps ahead, but really what you're trying to do is plant these seeds in everybody's head to believe because you want to get close to the girl. And all of us in this room ain't finna sit like that and act like that ain't what's going on, because that's exactly what's going on. When y'all see I'm trying to be straight with y'all, and then they was like, yeah, just leave that alone or whatever. They secured everything. Police came in at night. 2 cells, came to my cell, set all my stuff outside the door, told me to step, got my cellular to squat and cough. I hear him cough. They called me in the cell. They said, you ain't got to, they just make the noise. I said, this is crazy. Like, is this really happening? Like, is this even prison anymore? Like, what's going on? They walked me down to operations, which I should have went straight to the hole, knowing inmates is looking out their back window.
Yeah.
I go straight. I'm like, where we going? We supposed to turn and go to the hole. They take me straight to operation. Green team sitting on the left, one sitting on the right, one standing in front of me. He reached down in his fanny pack and pulled that phone out and gave me the phone. I said, that phone probably ain't even on. I'm finna play my game too. He said, it's on. He flipped it on and turned it on. I said, man, let me see that. I grabbed the phone. He said, you ain't got to do nothing but dial that number and punch it. He said, I'm going to have you down there with your dad in the morning. I said, I don't know the number you talking about. He pulled out a paper with a list of numbers. Do you see the number? Do you recognize the number? I said, I don't know what you talking about. I got the phone in my hand. I started dialing. I started hitting numbers. I said, do this really work? He was like, yeah, it worked. Try it. I text my sister. Boom. She texted me back. They ain't saying I said, man, that's crazy. I said, I'm going to text her back. I text my homeboy girl who was connected to the officer. I text her. She texts back. Okay. The phone is on. I sit right there and chill with him for a minute. When I first got there, it was an officer who worked in a unit that he brought me some Muslim oil in a Mountain Dew. He sealed it back up. And I was selling oil, but I was eventually going to try to get him. But they moved him to work in the front where they come through the metal detectors. So when they moved him down there, we were thinking, if we get an officer, we'll get him to just let them come through or whatever. I had his number. And I had one of the school teachers' numbers too that was connected to somebody else that was trying to listen.
How many people's numbers you got?
Yeah. I had the school teacher number because when they got the phone, it was a vice lord dude who was trying to, because where she was at, she had access to her. He was trying to get them to be friends. And he thought he was going to be able to get to her through her by letting it be known, I know what you've been doing. When really it ended up circling back around to me. When him trying to get them cool, I ended up finessing her and tell her, I need you to give me that number because that's the only way I'm going to be able to protect you.
Right.
So long as I got her number, if he play anything, I'm going to play with him. So I had her number, that other officer, and of course, the girl. So I'm sitting in here and I done text 2 people. I'm knowing I've been down here at least 30 minutes. I'm knowing you wrote that in the logbook. If I get on that phone and I have my sister, it's what I'm thinking. If I have my sister and that girl to be able to verify this number, text me it was my brother and it was my homeboy at this time, and I can get them to call the commissioner office, I can prove y'all let me use this phone. So I tell him, I said, I tell you who number I do got. And he was like, who? And I punched the number in. He pulled up the paperwork and he said,
school teacher.
The other guy, the guy that brought me the oil.
Okay.
He was like, he went completely left. He said, oh, y'all had a whole operation. So he was down there letting everybody come through with everything. I said, that's the only number I got. He said, well, that ain't the number I want. I said, man, this is crazy. Like, I was like, I'm telling you, I don't have that girl number. He said, well, who number do you have? I was going to bring up the school teacher, and I was sitting there, and I thought for a minute. I said her name, but I didn't say. I said, what if I got? He was like, oh, we own her. I was like, dang. I was like, well, wait a minute. So by that time, I'm like, okay, now it's time to play my card. I've been down here long enough. It's been about an hour at this point. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, either you take me to the hole right now, let me sign for that write-up, or whenever I do get the chance, I said, I done text my sister from that phone. I done text my homegirl. I said, if I get them to call the commissioner office and they get their logbook and they be able to prove that I should have been in the hole at the time, how was I using the phone? He was like, you wouldn't. I leaned back.
I wouldn't.
I said, try me.
You're trying to get me fucking stabbed.
he said, man, he got so, I'm talking about his whole face to her. He said, get this piece out of here right now. Take him to the hole. And they took me to the hole and didn't bring none of my property. They stole my TV, stole my radio, my clothes. They brought me 1 bar of soap. That was it. Everything. I sit back there for about 2 weeks and I ended up getting moved to West High. And when I got to West High, Matt, I get there and I asked the lady, I said, do you know Christopher Williams? She said, yeah, I know Christopher Williams. Toon? She said, yeah. She said, oh, he in the unit you going in. She said, how you know him? I said, that's my daddy brother, it's my uncle. She was like, yeah. I said, yeah, my uncle. So now I'm at the prison. I just left with my dad and my brother, left with my daddy, and now I'm down here with my daddy brother who got 75 years for kidnapping.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I get down there, man, and I go in the cell, but he had changed his life though. He was 5 dudes who were crip. He was actually over them at one point. He had changed his life though, gave his life to Christ. He was through. He was completely done, but I didn't know how serious it was. I used to send him drugs to prison. He used to call me like, take his to such and such, and they going before I learned it when I got in. But I used to send him drugs. So I get there, they on lockdown because the officer had got stabbed 2-3 days before I got there. And I asked the officer, I'm like, what cell tune in? They were like, oh, he over, I think it was 13 cell. I go over to the cell, hair grew out on his face. My uncle ain't seen me since I was a kid. And so I knock on the door, he come to the door. He was like, what's up? I said, man, what's up? He just looking. I said, you know who I am? He squinting his eyes. He said, Tommy? That's what he called my daddy. I was like, nah. I was like, it's nephew. It's Boo. He was like, nephew? He said, you still a gang member? I was like, that's the first question. He was like, you still a gang member? I was like, nah. He said, go look, check this out. He said, because I don't got nothing going on. I ain't in that life no more. I don't condone that. He said, if you want to get on the right path, I can help you. I can help you get your job down here. I'm like, what? Hold on. We ain't even caught up or nothing. You don't know why I'm here. What's going on? How you doing? Nothing. And he was like, the path that I'm on, if it's other than that, he was like, man, I can't. And I was like, nah, I've been out of GD. He was like, well, you do hustling? I was like, yeah, but I really
I just got here. I just got here. Give me a chance.
I know. I was like, dang. So they put me in this corner cell with this guy that was a kitchen worker that I was in juvie with. So when he get out work and he seen me, he was like, boy, they done put Lil Joe in here. I know we finna rock it. He was like, look, they got them phones over there across the house. And I'm thinking about my uncle conversation. I was like, how much you say the phone for? He was like, man, I was like, man, you know Toon, my uncle? He was like, Christ. They called him Christopher. He said, Christopher, yo? I was like, yeah. He was like, oh, we probably can't get no phone then. He was like, man, your uncle, he probably gonna stop all of that. I was like, man, we can see what's up with a phone. But this is the first time in my life just wouldn't nothing work. None of my penitentiaries, like I tried to get green,
Nothing.
Lost it. Tried to get 2 phones, lost it. All the money that I had at the prison started just running like water through my hand. Like it was the first time ever in my life on the streets. And I was just like, what is happening? Like, what is going on? So I moved out of that cell with the kitchen man. I moved in the cell with my uncle best friend, which is Dip, which he was in the word too. And over time, I was just like, man, I got parole hearing that coming up. And I'm thinking, man, let me figure to see how this work. And bro, I went up for parole, trying to do it right. I had been going to the church, had got into doing gospel rap. Just kind of switched it up, really playing with God in a sense. I'm thinking, I can be performative and he can bless me. And I had like a year and some change, almost 2 years left. Because they had denied me 2 times already. First time they put me out for 3 years. Second time they put me out for 2. I'm thinking, I'm going to get it this time. Like, come on, I took all the programs. I ain't had no write-ups. Like, I'm cool. And man, I went up there and wasn't in there 15 seconds. The man leaned over and he said, do the remainder of the balance. I just kind of looked around and I tapped on the mic. I said, when he said it, he started flipping through his paper like he was waiting for the next person. I tapped on the mic. He looked up and yes. I said, can you repeat that? He leaned in. Do the remainder of the balance. Thank you. And I was like, well, I got up. It probably was the longest walk I ever had in my life back to the unit, just thinking of everything. Like, I'm like, and that's when I wrote the first book. I wrote that first book in like 14 days, just up day and night, kind of just pouring out how I felt. And I started tying the Bible to, like, I would ask my cellie, like, this is what the character going through right now. What's a scripture that'll make this make sense? And he will give me, and I started learning. I call it time, like I say, God tricked me. I started writing. I wrote my first, and then I ended up writing 3 books. I published the first one there. I started selling them from prison. And that was the first time I was like, I ain't got to sell dope. Like I can do something right. Like because it wasn't working no more. I was still using the phone here and there, but I ended up staying down there with my uncle about probably almost a year. They ended up closing that prison down, and then I went back to the prison where I started at, the worst prison in the state, Northwest. And I was like, man, out of all places, this is the place I go last when I'm right at the door, and I ain't trying to go down here. And I went in there, and man, I was good. Like I didn't have no bad name, had no bad rep. they got cleared up. She didn't lose her job on the strength of me. Like, she kept her job and ended up getting fired 3-4 months after I left because she started talking to somebody else. He finessed her in some kind of way, and he was somebody tried to talk to her, and he was like, nah, she a blood. And he said it to a Crip, and a war broke out. It was on the news. Officers got life flighted. Like, the fight went from the prison yard to all the units. Like, it went crazy. And she ended up walking away from the job, but it wasn't on me. I didn't give him nothing on her. And yeah. And so I got to I got to Northwest, where I started the end of my sentence. I had like a little bit over a year left, I think, by the time I did get there. Wrapped up the rest of my sentence, man, and came home May, I want to say 23rd, 2017. Been home, I guess it'd be 8 years.
20 what? 17?
2017.
Yeah.
I went in 2007, got out May 2017. So I guess that'll be 8 years this year. And man, came home and I felt like I had some adjusting to do, but at the same time, I had to keep up. I didn't have time. I didn't have time to adjust. I had to get with it instantly. And I was going to the malls, selling my books at kiosks. And I was doing pretty good in my mind. I'm thinking, I'm averaging $1,500 a weekend. I'm thinking that's decent money. But at the time, I ain't got no bills. I don't even really know how to pay bills. I'm usually...
What were the name of the books?
The first book is called The Life Sunday to Sunday. The second one is Growing in Christ. And then the third one, it was because they're a series. I know the first one, it was showing a guy who was getting out of the life and trying to bring his friends along. The second one was showing them growing in Christ. And the third one, I can't remember the name, and that's crazy. But the third one's about basically them reaching back to a younger generation who looked up to them.
So this isn't what the series, your series on...
Oh, no.
That's not what your series is based on.
No.
Okay.
And then I did end up writing a book on my life too, The Life of Boo Baker, which was the book that basically changed my life overnight. And about 4 years ago, I did a story time on TikTok.
Okay.
I was working a job at the time, and this girl told me, she was like, you need to get on TikTok. I was like, man, I ain't get on TikTok. Like, people dancing. I didn't have YouTube at the time. I was just doing Instagram and Facebook. And she took my phone one day, downloaded, and she was like, just upload a video. So I ended up uploading, but it wasn't a story time. I put like 2-3 videos. They had like 400-500 views. I was like, this ain't. And I was like, man, I'm going to do a story time. And I did the escape story. And at that time, I probably was selling about 40 books a month. I went to sleep to take a nap before to go to work. I woke up and had 250 book sales within a period of like 2-3 hours.
Whoa. What? Because just from the TikTok. What does the TikTok get? Like 500,000 or something? Like what?
Yeah. The first one had 500,000 views on it, and then
that's what drove the traffic for the books. Okay.
Yep. And I did part 2, and I started selling like 1,000 books a month for probably over about a year. I was doing 1,000 books a month, and then I started doing merch. And then I never even seen myself as a storyteller ever. Like my family, my friend, they was like, man, I ain't never seen them do that. But the comment section was everything. Like it was almost like they were pouring into a gift I didn't even know. And I just kept doing it. And before I knew it.
They were pouring into what?
A gift that I didn't even know I had.
Oh, okay.
And then I just kept doing it. And then I guess over time I kind of started nurturing it. And then I was like, I'm doing my life story, but I did 10 years in prison. That's a story. That's a story every day. Mm-hmm. So I just started telling all the prison stories, but I would, like I said, I would do like a minute and a half, and I would say for the rest of it, go to YouTube. And before you know it, man, I shot the movie and the series. Go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering, because you said you started on TikTok, so you also started a YouTube channel, and you were just driving traffic to the YouTube channel.
Right.
And then how did the series come about? Like, did you write?
Oh, the series, that's crazy.
Because I thought, did you write the series or?
I didn't write I did, but I didn't. The first 3.5 episodes, I did it off the top of my head. I was just basically telling people to come, like, this is what we're doing. This is what you say. This is how we're going to do it. I'm telling my cameraman, this is how I want it shot.
No script, nothing?
No. And after about 3 episodes and I watched them, I was like, I'm doing this off the top of my head. If I wrote it, it'd be 10 times better. So I started writing. I wrote, so if you watch it, it's called Traps on Tubi. If you watch it, you will be able to tell like 4, 5, and 6 is different because I wrote it. But the movie we just wrapped last Tuesday, I wrote it all the way through, called 21 Days. It's actually being edited. I'm hoping we drop it by the end of April. But my the movie, I don't know if you've seen, well, I probably ain't got them in this phone, but I had built a prison set. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I saw everything was happening in a. It was in a house.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I built a prison set. That's how we ended up getting to the series. Because what I was gonna do is I was going to recreate the prison storytellings and reenactments. So I ended up. That's how I met her too. But I think I got. If you could,
The other thing I saw was people doing reviews.
Yeah, you could kind of see, like, this is like I kind of built.
Oh yeah. That actually looks pretty good. Those doors look pretty good. Is that just wood?
Yeah,
it's just
wood.
you just had a carpenter do it.
Yep,
that looks pretty good.
I had my neighbor do it. Like, yeah,
If you send those pictures to Matt, I can.
I most definitely.
I can throw them up.
I'm gonna definitely do it. What you got, the videos? I got so I ended up building the set, and once I built the set, because I want to show this to you. Once I built the set, I was having people come and we were reenacting story times in the set. It's a cell, the real flat TV. Trying to get to the unit.
Yeah, you understand? There's no TVs in federal prison. Like,
really?
When you talk about the TV and
wow. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of how it started, and then from there I was like, man, let's film some stuff outside of here, and we did the first three and a half, and I was like, hold on, we got something, and I started writing it. We dropped it on Tubi, man. We it's going crazy, and I'm like, man, that wasn't even me and that was just.
I was gonna say I saw reviews is what I saw too.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people reviewing it. There was a woman that does a review.
And
you posted a review from a woman. Well, she wasn't really reviewing it. She was just complaining that you hadn't put out another episode or something.
Yeah.
And you were just re-upping. You were reposting what she had said.
Right. Yeah, they was asking about season 2, which we're about to start filming probably next month. I just wanted to wait till he finished editing that. But
what's the series called?
Traps. 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 And then my book is The Life of Boo Baker, which is on my website, jtb3.org. But yeah, I got 1,000 books sitting in the right now. But that TikTok social media, man, is it changed my life, bro.
Yeah. No, trust me. I
know. Yeah, it really.
I'd be selling cars right now.
Yeah, it's a game changer, man, if you want to put that work in. But once I started adjusting and moved out here, and it's just been up from there, man.
Yeah, the YouTube is performing well. Like, have you seen the YouTube channel? So on the YouTube channel,
he just told. I only saw the Instagram channel. I didn't even know the TikTok.
Just doing story time, like vertical video.
That's
you
it.
film on your phone?
Yeah.
Just no thumbnail, nothing.
Nothing.
20,000 views, 15,000 views, 26,000 views. Like that's good for not. Because typically, like a YouTube channel, you're doing the thumbnails, you're doing all that type of stuff. You're doing podcast mic. For you to sit there and just talk to the camera and pull decent numbers.
That's my morning. Like I get up at 8:30. I set my phone up and I just go.
And the YouTube, it's got over 200,000.
273,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have 2 years ago you had a video hit 900,000.
Yeah. It probably was the sleeping with a correction officer.
Yeah.
I didn't tell that story. I slept with the officer on Max. Yeah.
So the Indian chick never reached out to you?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah. We actually stayed in touch probably my first 5-6 years when I came home. Yeah, she would message me, and then she ended up getting married and she had 2 kids, and but every now and then she used to just message me and was like, "Hey, you doing great. I'm proud of you," and that'd be it. But Yeah, man. I got one more for you, man, real quick. If you got time.
Oh, hey, I got
So
time.
I forgot to tell you about sleeping with the officer when I escaped from jail.
If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above. That's where Ghost Bed can help. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, Ghost Bed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and cooling bedding. From their signature Ghost Ice fabric to patented technology that adjusts to your body's temperature, every Ghost Bed mattress is designed with cooling in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips, or a firm option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will keep you cool and comfortable all night long. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try out your mattress for 101 nights, risk-free, to make sure it's the right fit for you. Plus, they offer free shipping, and most items are shipped within 24 hours. If you're not sure which Ghost Bed is right for you, check out their mattress quiz. You'll answer a few questions and get a personalized recommendation. Even better, our listeners can get 50% off site-wide for a limited time. Just visit ghostbed.com/Cox and use the code COX at checkout. Again, that's ghostbed.com/Cox with the code COX at the checkout to save a whopping 50% off site-wide.
So when I escaped out of the jail, when they put the Mercy transfer on me, they moved me to Special Needs DeBerry, which is in Nashville, Tennessee on Cockroach Boulevard. So when I get there, I got long hair at the time, and I kind of gained a little weight. And when I come in, they escorted me like I'm Hannibal Lecter. Like I got handcuffs and shackles on, officers all around me because I'm the person that escaped and was on the news. But when I walked in, it was a lady. She was on a clipboard and she kind of looked up, and I just kind of looked at her and I was like, I just had a feeling. But I ended up getting to the unit. There's a guy named Green, man. This guy was super duper intelligent, but he was out there. And he was in, it's like an observation cell where they can see the windows versus a cell door with the little window. And they ended up putting me in another cell beside him that was similar so they can watch me, because they had to put me on sidewalk, I guess, for 2-3 days until they put me in a regular cell. And I watched Green pop his water sprinkler. So I'm thinking, man, if they keep me in here 2-3 days and watching me like this, like I'm going to just pop the water sprinkler. So I ended up popping the water sprinkler, and it hadn't been popped in so long, like it was coming out black.
Right.
And they wasn't even trying to, they just let it flood. So after they got through, that same lady came over to the door and she was like, you see what they got you? That ain't gonna work in here. That jail stuff, that ain't gonna work in here. Like, they ain't gonna pay you no attention. You will be sitting in that cell, you'll be cold and this. And I'm like, oh, that's what's up. So cool. That I ended up getting out of that cell, and now I'm in the cell with just the regular little window. So I used to try to talk to her in there, but she wouldn't talk to me. So I go to the shower one day. They come, I got to put my hands outside the pie flap. They put the handcuffs on me. I got to turn, put my legs on the bed. They put the shackles on my legs, and they escort me across to go in the shower. And when I come out of the shower, I seen her and I speak to her. I was like, dang, what's up? I say her name. But the way I said it, she could tell it was me basically shooting my shot, trying to holler at her. And she was like, what you got, life? I was like, nah, I ain't got no time yet. I was like, I'm biting my case. I'm finna get ready to go home. So I'm finna go home. She was like, whatever. I seen that. I was like, yeah, I'm finna get ready to go home. So they take me in the cell, take the handcuffs and shackles off. I tap on the window, tell her to come over and talk to me. So she come over. We talked for just a brief second. And I basically started telling her I had money and that money was on my books. And she was like, yeah, y'all be lying all the time about money on your books. People don't even really be sending y'all stuff. Your family don't come to see you. You throw your life away. Like, she just talked to me, and y'all throw your life away and then come in here and think y'all want to tell us about the little life you had, like that's going to mean something. And so she walked on off, and I ended up going outside. And this is when I actually had my first conversation with a guy in the penitentiary. His name is... we called him Slim, but he had an R case. He had done 30 years. He said he was innocent. And the first thing he said to me was, if you didn't do it, you need to tell. And I'm fresh off the streets. I'm 19. I'm like, the tell? Like, I ain't finna do that. I don't know what type of games you playing. And he was like, yeah, you need to tell. He was like, I'm telling you. He was like, I got locked up with a friend of mine. My friend told me we're gonna be all right. We went before the judge. They sentenced me to life sentence. The judge hit the gavel. My public pretender, the first time I heard that, my public pretender was wrapping up his briefcase. I turned around, my mama had a stroke in the courtroom. And by the time I realized, the bailiff was grabbing me and I was in the back, and now I've been here 30 years. He was like, my mama passed, like he just talked about all, he was like, and I've been here. Then he told me, he was like, I've been to max, I've been to close, I done stabbed people, I done been stabbed, I done been in wars, I done did this, and then he said, I done even slept with men. This is my first conversation in penitentiary. I said, what'd you say? He said, you heard me? He said, he's standing and he looking me dead in my eyes. He said, I didn't even slept with me. He said, where you from? I'm scared now. I'm from Springfield. Why, what's up?
little crack in your voice.
Right. I'm from Springfield. He's in Springfield, Tennessee. I said, yeah. And he asked me about a relative. He was like, do you know such and such? But I didn't tell him it was my cousin. And this is a big guy. He was like, he used to be my boy. I said, who? And he repeated his name. He was like, yeah, we used to cuddle. We used to lay in the bunk together. And I'm looking like, is he saying this to me? Like, what is this, scared straight?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? He said, I'm telling you. He said, if you didn't do that, take my advice and tell. And go ahead and get the best deal and go home. That was my first, and while he talking, she came out, because the rec time over. She came out, I want to say his name, for people to pull up and see his case. Because he ended up getting out. He was innocent. They had enough to,
30 years?
It was 30-something. By this time, when I met him, it was 30, because I stayed on max 2 years, and he ended up, they had just enough DNA to run it. Again, he got a pen pal. I think they got him in the Innocent Project. They ran it, and he out. He was all over the news and everything. And just, But, so they ended up, she ended up coming outside, and she was like, Baker, 414146, that's my number. And she was like, I checked your books. You got your little money on your books. And I said, dang, you checked my books for real? I had like $1,500 on there. And she was like, yeah, you got your little piece of bread on there or whatever. It ain't that impressive or whatever she said. So they come in, they get me from the rig, and they take me back in. But I'm like, okay, I guess I made an impression. So they moved me upstairs, and I'm fighting my case. So I'm back and forth to court. So one morning I get up, and I notice she was there. When she coming over, now I had a court date. It was that morning. She come over. I hear women talking. She knock on the window. And when I was like, and I raised up, I got on long johns. So in my long johns, I got morning wood.
Right.
But in my head, I'm thinking, I'm finna get her to see if she'll look. So I get up out of the bed, and her eyes was, and I said, what you looking at? And she was like, boy, whatever. And she was like, pack your stuff, you gotta go to court. She throw the bags under my bed. So when she throw the bags under my bed, I get it, and I was like, hey, and she go to walk off. I said, hey, I said, you know I'm probably going home today. She was like, for real? I was like, yeah, I'm probably going home today. I was like, man, let me hit you up. She was like, hold on real quick. Just that simple. And she walked off, went and wrote her number down, came back like she had to give me something, and slid it under the door and gave me her number. She was like, just call me when you get out. I was like, dang, that was easy. Like, that's crazy. So I ended up going to court. They put me out 3 months. They put me out for another 3 months. I come back. When I come back in, she's standing by the desk. She's standing at the desk. And as soon as I walk in, she did me like this. I said, man, I ain't even get to, they put me out 3 months. Whatever went on, I said, they put me out 3 months. She was like, dang, that's messed up. So I go back to the cell. By the time they get me unhooked and all this old stuff, she come over to holler at me. So we sitting here talking. And she was like, I'm going to be in here on the night shift. I was like, for real? She was like, yeah, when I come in on the night shift, she was like, don't go to sleep early. She was like, I'm going to come over and kick with you. I'm like, all right, cool. We can do that. I ain't thinking nothing. Yeah. I ain't thinking that. I ain't even heard of this happening in the penitentiary yet. I ain't been here. This ain't even penitentiary. It's like a hospital.
Right.
This ain't even like, so she come in on third shift. I'm laying down in the bed. I hear the exchange of the keys, and I hear the radio, all that. So I get up to look. It's her. I'm like, dang, she here on third shift. No, a lot of people up here on medication, they sleep. Like they I know they sleep. So I sit back down on the bed. I hear her doing her count. When she get to my door, she flashed the flashlight in there. She was like, when I get through doing my count, come back over. I'm like, all right, cool. So I sit there and I'm like, dang, I'm finna get the kicker tonight. I don't know, this is the closest thing to being home. So she finished her count. She come over to the door. I get up, we talking, we going back and forth, and there's another woman who working there with her. The lady, I don't know if it was a call or whatever it is, she was like, let me go finish this paperwork. She was like, I'm gonna come back and finish talking to you. I tap on the window. I'm like, come here real quick. She was like, what's up? What is it? I said, come here. I'm playing.
Right. Yeah, there's no way she's coming.
Ain't no way. I said, come here. She was like, what? She reached for the keys and go for I said, hold on. She was like, what? I said, she said, I thought you wanted me to come here. I said, give me a second. I said, let me finish watching my show. Monk about to come on. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. This is dead. She said, what? I said, let me finish watching Monk and then come back. She was like, you. I was like, yeah, let me finish watching Monk. So she put the key back in the little holster and walked off. And I was sitting there like, she was finna come in here. Like, she was literally about to come in my cell. So I take the Daze soap with a wash rag and washed all the walls like I'm at home. Like I wanted to smell good in my cell for some reason. I don't know. Like I wiped the toilet and I cleaned everything. I took a bar of my Dove soap, and put it in the sock and smashed it on the wall like air freshener. Smashed it on the wall to get it. I was like, man, what is going? I got my clean boxes out and everything. I'm sitting there. I done took my mat off the floor and laid it down. Cause I'm like, how we gonna? If she come in here, I'm trying to situate it. Like, should I put the cover my window? Like, what is she finna come in here? I'm going through, and then I said, I'm going home. If she come in here while I'm fighting this case, I'm gonna run out and say she tried to do something to me. She tried to take it.
She tried to take it.
This is why I said, no, forget that. The plan is she tried to take it. The state gonna have to work out something or they gonna have to pay me. I'm a maximum security inmate. I ran all down. I'm a maximum security inmate. My doors do not supposed to open without handcuffs and shackles and 2-3 officers. Ain't no way. I ain't even in the penitentiary yet. It is third shift. Why is my door open and the officer in here? I'm gonna run out naked. That's what I said. I'm gonna run out naked and just be screaming and screaming and screaming. So I'm watching Monk. Which is my favorite show at the time. I'm watching Monk. It started going off. And I hear I said, she coming over here for real. I could see her shadow on the wall. It's getting bigger and bigger. As I said, she coming. So I raised up. I said, she coming over here for real. She come to the door. Get on the crack. She said, you ready? Yeah. Look, she put the key in there. I hear, she, I said, I'm finna go home. So I said, I'm finna get out. They gonna say I ran off with this, but I didn't escape jail. And then now I'm finna, boy, I said, this about to do it. So she stepped in the threshold of the door. I'm standing in the back of the cell. I'm just standing there. I got my shirt off. I'm just standing there. I don't know what's going on. I don't trust you. And she was like, what's up? What you gonna do? I said, what you gonna do? Like, it was weird. She reached back outside the door, pulled the latch, and pulled it to where the door wouldn't close. She pulled it. I was like, okay, she's serious. She was like, boy, I ain't got all day. Come on. And started unbuckling her pants. As she walking to me, I set the mat back down on the floor. She got down, turned, tooted up. I looked down. Twat I was like, what? I said, in the penitentiary?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What does this chick look like?
She was nice.
No.
I kid you not. I want to say her name. I've been wanting to say it for years. I promise you I have. She was tall. I was just about, you good, man? She was tall. She probably was about 5'8". She had braids. She was dark skinned. Like, she was a nice build. I ain't even gonna lie. But when I was like, there's cat in my cell. This on top of this. I was like, before you knew it, and it was going down. Like, it was literally going down. We got finished. She got up. I got back up and stood back, pulled my pants, still scared. And she walked out of the cell, closed the door. I guess she went and washed up, came back, and said that wasn't enough. My homegirl, once we finish this paperwork, we're gonna come in there. I'm gonna come in there. We're gonna do everything. We're gonna do it all.
What do you mean we?
I misquote. Yeah, she said I'm gonna come back in. She said we're gonna do it all. I was like, I'm finna go to sleep. I promise you. I was like, nah. I was scared. I was like, nah. I was like, we're gonna have to catch that another time. Like I'm tired. I was like, she was like, are you for real? I was like, I'm dead serious. You don't come back in here. Don't come back in here. She came back. I seen her one last time. About 4 months later, she claimed she had an abortion, that she had and whatever, and then she ended up getting fired because an inmate got caught with a phone. He had a bunch of nudes in there, and then all the inmates started talking and saying that's what she was doing. Yep. Yep. The prison was. I'm telling you, man. Like this is crazy. No. Oh, the death row. Oh yeah, I was on death row. Yeah, I was on death row.
For what?
Because when I went, it's this prison called Charles Bass. It's a minimum restrict or minimum security prison. And when they discharged me from this prison where I had relations with the correctional officer, with the officer.
The Indian.
No, not the Indian, the girl I just told you about.
Oh, okay.
From her, I almost said her name. I'm gonna say her name because she got fired anyway. Nix. Officer Nix. After Officer Nix, I got moved to Charles Bass because they discharged me. Because I was playing crazy at the time, so I'm there. Basically, they were trying to pump me full of psychotropic meds, and I told them I was gonna quit taking them. I was done taking them. So they moved me to Charles Bass. So now I'm in Charles Bass. I'm in the hold. They don't even have a maximum security holding place. I was supposed to go to River Bend, which is a maximum security prison, and they all on the same road. Charles Bass, River Bend, special needs. So they take me down here to Charles Bass. They got me in Gear 4, which is the hole, like I said, and they moved me in the cell where my TV won't get no signal.
God forbid.
Listen,
I don't have TV,
man. So I started tripping. I'm kicking the door, and it was a guy next to me. The guy, I don't know if you're familiar with the Marshall Trimble case. The guy that they said that Marshall Trimble, y'all look it up, but he was Jerome Barrett is his name. He was next door to me. I didn't even know who he was, and he tapped on the wall and spoke to me through the plug. He was like, "Hey, young blood, you need to quit making all that noise." And I popped off on him, man. I don't know who you talking to, man. Get out, go make bond. And he was like, all right. He ain't arguing with me. The next day, they came and got him in the morning. He went to court. I could get a little bit of the news. I couldn't get my favorite channels. I get the news. He was on the news. And I was like, that's the dude I was talking crazy to. Like, I might need to leave him alone. But anyway, I get into it with
what was he in for?
He had a child charge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had one of them. He had and it was a murder.
Okay.
Yeah. He had two of them. Jerome Barrett. Yeah. I want to remember the guy name that I just said that got out, but so I get into it with the police because I'm trying to get out of this cell. So I done flooded it. I done put lemonade, Kool-Aid, and some bread in my shampoo bottle and shook it up real good, and it told them that it was urine and feces.
Okay.
They done served my food, so my flap is open. So I'm got my arm outside of the flap, and I'm telling them the water to cut the water off is beside me. And I'm saying, whoever try to open this and turn this water off and keep me from flooding it, I'm gonna spray feces on you. so no inmate is wanting to open up this thing and cut it off, because if they come close, I squirt it, and they don't want to do it.
No inmate? No.
The inmates. The inmates. The rock men. They try to make because the rock men, they down here cleaning the water.
Okay.
And they also telling the rock man to go and shut that water off. But I'm telling them, I'm gonna spray you. So I was a Bugsby. I remember you, Bugsby. Bugsby comes in, and he walks over to the door. He said, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to close that flap, or I still got a mark on my hand. I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to close that flap up, or I'm gonna. And he kicked and he wasn't playing. He counted, he kicked, and he caught it, and it bust my finger open. and blood just kind of squirted out real quick. And so when they got the water cleaned up and turned the water off, they called medical down because they got to clean up their blood. And I had some blood inside the cell. So they telling me they got to come in the cell to clean the blood. And I'm telling them, if they not putting handcuffs and shackles on me, ain't nobody coming in here. Because I'm going to feel like y'all a threat. Y'all trying to do something to me. Bugs be telling the regular officer, open that door. And I told him, Mac, don't open that door. If you don't put handcuffs and shackles on me, I'm going to take it as y'all coming in here and try to do something to me. And I'm going to fight. And he stuck the key in the door. They going back and forth. And eventually, he opened the door. And as soon as he opened it, I bust out of the door, grabbed Mac, threw him out of the way. He was an older guy. And me and Bugsby was going at it. They slammed him down on the ground. And when I slammed him, he put his thumbs in my eyes, almost like he was going to poke my eyes out of there. And at that point, some Mac started spraying mace, and just mace went everywhere. I ain't got on handcuffs and shackles. I'm on safekeeping. I'm supposed to. So I feel my way to the bathroom, in the staff bathroom, which got a latch lock, not a key on the outside. I go in the staff bathroom and latch the lock, and they begging me to come out. I'm like, no, get the warden here. I don't care what time it is. Tell the warden I'll sit in here until the warden come. So the warden finally came after like 2-3 hours, and he was like, what's going on? I said, the only thing I'm gonna tell you is I feel like it was a threat on my life. I said, I'm here on safekeeping because of the escape. I'm being held as a maximum security inmate. I'm on 23-1. I said, I've been trying to get out of that cell. I said, but Bugsby, and he bust my finger, which is bleeding right now. I said, I told him don't open up that door because he done that. And I said, I ain't got on no handcuffs and shackles. I don't suppose. He said, I tell you what, Baker, if you unlock this door and you don't have on no handcuffs and shackles, I'm going to take care of it. He said, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I unlocked the door. He looked at me. He said, what Bugsby? And he walked off. He said, man, y'all get this man what he want, clean him up. And he lost his rank. He went back to a regular officer, and he was, I can't remember how long he was off. But they moved me in this back corner cell. And after I was there for a certain amount of time, I got involved with another one, but it didn't get too big, but I did get involved with another one. But while I was there, the flood hit in May. I can't remember the year. It might have been 2000. It had been 2010 because that's when I took my time. 2010 May, a flood hit in this area in Nashville, Tennessee. Shut down the whole prison. They actually tore their prison down because the mold, they couldn't, it was that bad. So they evacuated the prison. Now I end up at the prison, River being where I was supposed to belong. But now that they having to evacuate, I don't get to go to a max security unit. I end up on the death row unit because of the flood. And as I'm on the death row unit, the guy beside me, Jeff Heights, I think is his name. He was the guy that the nurse ended up shooting in the courtroom when he was going back and forth to court. He was at Morgan County. He was at a prison in Morgan County, and they was going back and forth to court, and he had something going on with her. And the nurse was in the courtroom and started shooting, and they escaped. So he was next door to me. And then the other guy that was on the right side of me, he had been in the same cell over 25 years. He was the only person that would talk to me. And yeah, that's how I ended up back there on the death row unit, which was a weird experience because I was kind of worried about going back there because I'm thinking these people were going to be loud and reckless, but these were the most
they're super
quiet, chill. They don't like a lot of noise.
And they're probably suffering from super depression, right? Like it's got to be.
Yeah, they seemed very active though. Like I could see they were working out. Robert, I think his name Robert Carruthers. Robert Carruthers was back there. He used to hang his mat up and punch it like a, and he buried people alive. And I was also locked up with his charge partner James Montgomery. But yeah, I was on the death row unit for about 3 months, and then they threatened to unalive me. The inmates did. Because it was me and another guy. We were both young, and we were just talking about home and getting out. And
they don't want to hear that.
They wrote and told the CO, and the CO came and told. They was like, they want us to get y'all out of here. They said the first chance they get, they gon'. And I was like, well, y'all need to get me up out of here. But I ended up going to court a little bit after that, and that's when I ended up taking the time. And when I took the time, They took me to Charles Bass, and then from Charles Bass, I went to West High and got classified, and went to Northwest where my prison bid started.
How did you end up in Texas?
Whew, that's a story with this. I ended up in Texas when everything was going viral on TikTok. I was doing a lot of lives, and I had slowed down on traveling with the books because I was selling so many online. But I was thinking about getting back on the road, so I had announced, and I'm like, what cities are y'all in? What cities y'all want me to come to? So people just started saying where they were, and I had somebody offer me, said, if you come to Texas, and I was like, man, I think I'm gonna go for a year. And I ended up going and liking it, and it was like, no, I'm gonna stay.
Texas, where?
Texas? Dallas. Yeah. Well, I'm in Arlington now, but yeah, I started in Dallas, and it's been up, man. I met great people. My fiance, her people love me to death, man, and shoot, I love Texas. Texas love me back. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it happened.
What do you think?
I think it's good. The only question I have, and you don't have to answer it if you don't think it really adds to the story. Was there a point in prison where you kind of made that shift? Was there like a pivotal point that made you have that mental shift of like, okay, like I'm going to work on bettering myself or whatever?
Yeah. That when I got to the prison with my uncle. I was already mentally tired. I think I was already going through, I guess you could say like an identity crisis in prison. Like it wasn't that I was scared, I was aware of who and what I was around. It was almost like I got to go along to get along for the time. I have to be somewhat of the monster or a beast to survive this. I have to somewhat be manipulative and somewhat be, a con in some way, because ain't nothing free in the penitentiary, and every conversation leads to, you just never know. But the pivotal moment was when me and my daddy got into it, and we had that break. And then when I looked at him in his sleep and realized like and I did have one conversation with him while we were breaking down Green one time, and I said, we got to stop. And he looked me dead in my eyes. He said, you can. He said, I got to live here. Mm-hmm. And it was my reality. Like, yeah, I get it. You ain't even got to explain. I understand exactly what you're saying. And when I got to the prison where my uncle was, I literally feel like God wouldn't allow anything to work. I believe that with all in my heart. It was like, no, I ain't been stabbed in prison. I've went through some things, but not things I've seen people go through. And I done some things and got away with a lot of things in prison almost. And it was just like, man, I want to give this a try. And I'm getting ready to go home. Like I went in, my daughter was 4. I'm finna go home. She's finna be 14 years old. And I didn't see my daughter the whole 10 years. I didn't see my daughter the whole 10 years I was gone. I didn't see my mama the whole 10 years. I didn't see none of my family the whole entire time I was locked up in prison. I watched my daughter grow up through pictures. And the only thing she know of me is what everybody said. And I'm like, I don't want to go home and recreate or be that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but it was scary too, because I didn't know what I was going to do. You make all these plans in prison. And listen, it's just like coming in prison. When you walk in prison, there is no guide to tell you how to get through this. You got a couple of guys that might tell you, hey, but you literally have to figure it out. It's the same way when you walk out of here. Them programs are for their black and white. You could say you took anger management. You could say you took AA. You could say you took therapy through the community. You could say you took all these programs. That ain't nothing. When you walk out in prison and walk out of prison, feds, wherever, and realize you have to acclimate your mind. My time stopped. My time stopped in 2007. You got all these new memories. I sit around people at some point, it was just like, what is going on? All I have to talk about is 2007, 2005, 2006. So, and when I got around my uncle, I was like, this is an opportunity. And then when they denied me for parole and I wrote them books, I loved how it made me feel. I really did. It was a scripture, which is one of my favorites. It said, when a man ways please the Most High, it makes even his enemies be at peace with him. And I said, I got a lot of enemies. I need this scripture to be real. In my life, I robbed a lot of people. I hurt a lot of people. I shot a lot of people. Mm-hmm. I did a lot of things. I need my enemies to be at peace with me. And so I said, I gotta I got to at least try to do this different, and I don't got no regrets. I really don't. And it ain't even about the things that I have, man. It ain't about the home or the car. It ain't about none of that. It's what I have here. What I have here, the stability and the peace that I have and the life that I have, the people that I'm surrounded by, like, it amazes me because I would never have been able to fathom this in the life that I live. I didn't even think this is possible.
Right.
The way I live, because I used to speak at a lot of churches, I used to always say when I spoke, I thought everybody was living like me. And I meant it from the bottom of my heart. You couldn't convince me people were making an honest living, and you couldn't convince me that everybody wasn't selling drugs or doing drugs or robbing or scamming or doing something. Everybody I knew was. Everybody I was around. Everything was the life. So getting a taste of what I have now is, I'm gonna be real. It's like, bro, it's like I tell you before, it's like I'm dead somewhere and I'm having an out of body experience. That's the best way I can explain it. It's like I'm somewhere in a coma waiting to wake up and say, I knew it had to have been a dream. And I mean that. It's that real. Like, my life is that peaceful. I've said before, when I go, I want to go empty. If anything was to happen to me, if I had to lay on my deathbed and they told me I had 3 days left, I wouldn't sit there and feel like it ain't something that I didn't do. Everything I thought of, I tried it. I did it. If it didn't work, I tried something else. If I go, I'll go empty. And that's what I feel. And I contribute a lot of that to prison, but I contribute I contribute more of it based on the environment that I grew up in. People will think it's prison. I saw it. Prison allowed me to really get in a space to say, okay, we can switch up something somewhere, because now you had the time to sit. I've been seeing it, but when you seeing it and in it, it's hard to get out of it. Everybody drug dealers. Nobody's married. Nobody's in healthy relationships. Nobody's teaching real things. Nobody has financial literacy. Who do I go to for that? Who do I talk to? Who can show me something different? Prison allowed a time at some point of saying, you can't keep doing that, to start trying to readjust this. And then coming home after 10 years and seeing how everybody's in the same condition. No. So I would say that's where it started, realizing it's got to be more to life. And right now I have that. I have the more to life. Yeah. That's what I'd say. So,
hey, you guys, I appreciate you watching. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos like this. Also, we are going to leave all of Joe Baker's links in the description box. So go there, follow him, subscribe, check out his content. Do me a favor and check out our Patreon. It's $10 a month. It really does help us make videos like this. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. See ya.